All set? Good morning. Welcome to the April 20th, 2023 Council Chambers Hybrid Meeting. Of the ARB. So could we call the roll?
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Vice Chair Balte,
Present.
Board Member Chen. Yes. Board Member Rosenberg. Here. Board Member Thompson. Present. We have a quorum.
Is there any public comments about something not on the agenda today?
Yes, there's one raised hand on Zoom from Shani Kleinhaus.
Mhm.
Good morning, Chair Hirsch. Should I speak now?
Yes, I guess, yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's, I guess you'll have 3 minutes to say what you'd like.
Thank you. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm a resident. I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, but I don't speak for them. And I'm an environmental advocate with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. But I actually speak as a resident today. I participated in a public meeting about the new fire station on Middlefield, and staff suggested that this commission is actually thinking that the design should be upscaled. And I just wanted to say, as a resident, the existing building really fits with the environment. It is pretty humble. And the new design to me is very, very cold and industrial and really does not make me feel safer. If anything, my feeling is that the more we highlight the importance of safety, buildings and features, the more scared people are. And it generally, I just thought the building was too big. It has reception and visitor areas and other amenities that we have in the library just 2 steps away from there. And I would like to see the design smaller rather than bigger. And also all the glass, I asked about the bird safety features, and I was told that there is fritting on the glass, but there's still, why so much glass, which is architectural and potentially could impact birds in an area that has a lot of them. I know because I live really close. So I just hope that you don't upscale it if that is something you're considering. And the primary is really to be functional and integrated with the neighborhood that is there, not things that are not really right nearby, and not so much on design features. And I know this is your function, but I hope you go more humble and smaller and have a few more trees rather than such a bold and cold design. Thank you. I know it's not on your agenda and I don't expect a response, but I thought I'll express this sentiment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Agenda changes, deletions.
None.
City official reports.
Good morning, Claire Raybold, Senior Planner. And upcoming projects, we have the 3001 El Camino Real Affordable Housing Project. And then we're also going to have 1020 East Meadow, which is going to be a revision to an existing research and development building owned by Google. They're going to have a large, fairly large, I think 2-story equipment enclosure that's proposed. So we're doing it as a minor board level. So it's going to be coming to you guys. And on May 18th, we're going to have hopefully our house, Stanford Shopping Center, remodel to a retail facade. And 123 Sherman will be coming back to the board. 360 Waverly is a new preliminary review application. We were hoping to put it on May 18th, but due to scheduling conflicts for the architect, they've actually requested it's going to be moved to the June 15th hearing. And on June 1st, we're expecting the 3200 Park Boulevard development agreement to come back. We may also have the, if everything moves forward as expected, we might have NVCAP that same day, study session for the NVCAP draft. And in terms of new projects, we do have the 360 Waverly was actually submitted as a SB 330. Oh, no, it is a formal application, right? Is it SB 330 or is it a formal? The 360 Waverly? Oh, it's, oh, that's okay. Oh, sorry. We also had 300 Lambert that was submitted. I think I missed that as a builder's remedy project.
Yes, just a 330.
Sorry, it's an SB 330 pre-application, but it was submitted as a builder's remedy project.
Is that listed on our chart?
Yes, it's under the SB 330 potential projects
Oh,
because
oh.
it's only an SB 330 right now. Yeah, very last one. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the update on the list. So under action items for the chair and the vice chair, since Commissioner Thompson has to leave early today and we want to release her, we'll probably have to change, we may have to change the ad hoc at the end of this meeting. And so that she participates in the election of the chair, new chair and vice chair. Let's do that right now, and then we'll arrange, if everybody agrees, to begin the administration of the chair and the vice chair at the next meeting. So I'm taking nominations here for.
If I could, Chair, as the outgoing vice chair, I'd like to nominate Kendra Rosenberg as the vice chair of our committee, effective beginning next meeting.
All right.
Is that a motion that requires a second?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right,
You have to accept it.
I would happily accept. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let's take a vote. Or is there any other nomination? Anybody else who wants to be vice chair? No, I
Sure.
don't hear anything. Okay.
Well, I guess I just want to ask if you think she would be interested as well.
Oh, no, I think Kendra is perfect.
Okay. Let's take a vote then. Okay.
Vice Chair Bolte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen, yes. Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Do I have to vote for myself?
I believe you do.
Sure, yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Well, that leaves one other position open here. Can we?
Usually the outgoing chair makes a recommendation.
Is that right? Is that how it's done? Well, I would like to see, let's see, what's your name? Mr. Bolte to, Commissioner Bolte to move up to the chair for the next year.
I'll second
do-
that.
Oh, we got a second
Okay,
already.
we'll
here.
accept that. Thank you, David.
Okay. Take a vote, please.
Vice Chair Bolte,
Yes,
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Unanimous. Okay.
Congratulations to our new leadership.
thank you, everyone, for your confidence. I appreciate it.
Do the work plan next. So has everybody had a chance to take a look at the work plan?
Yes.
I have to say, I got all tangled up in this thing and was saved by Claire.
Oh, one quick clarification. My last name is Chen, Chen, not Chan.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, it happens.
Miss typo.
So again, I apologize if this is out of sort of procedure. I've been taking notes over the course of the year on a couple items that just sort of kept coming up regarding issues that we seem to stumble on in Palo Alto over and over again. Is that something that should be addressed now for potentially working into the future work plan, things like that? Or is this something that we wait until later?
No, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
So maybe I can give just a brief overview and then that kind of will align with how that would fit in.
Perfect.
Chair, if I may. Is that- Okay. So just the work plan will focus the main goal being review of projects as the main directive of the Architectural Review Board. For project goal 2, we identified objective standards, and I think this includes a broad range. We've seen there was definitely an understanding when the objective standards was adopted that, there would necessarily be a phase 2 of that, and the ad hoc was created. I know we've been discussing a lot and plan to discuss today those objective standards as it relates to townhomes, but I anticipate that could include other changes that we're seeing from projects moving forward that we might need to provide clarity on, or otherwise revise the standards in some way to better capture certain things as they move through the process. And then
Could I dwell on that for just a second? Because,
Sure.
the ad hoc, which you can see in myself or members of here,
Mhm.
we spent a good bit of time on the objective standards, and we have kind of between us determined that there are things we would like to discuss with the whole board. So we should bring that forward as an item. What happened is, of course, that the townhome projects kind of took over our interest at one point, and we just deferred that. So we hope to continue with the objective standards and make a presentation to the board.
So I think also to be clear, a reason to put this in the work plan, though, is that in order to have additional staff time, we do need the council to be on board. And so there can be lots of discussions here, but to, keep it moving forward and get things approved, we need some staff time.
You need staff time. Can you explain what you need?
We ultimately, the ARB can discuss various changes to the objective standards, but ultimately we need to take it to council to get approved.
For sure.
And that involves staff time.
Just in terms of drafting standards,
Oh,
taking it
yes,
to the planning
okay,
commission,
absolutely.
taking
You
it to
know,
the council.
absolutely, but
So
let's
putting
look-
it on this work plan helps to get directive from council to
Mhm.
continue to work on that and to spend staff time on it.
Oh, do you need an approval to put staff time on this? This is what you're saying? Or are you saying that we should move it quickly to the board here so that we can get some communal opinion about it, about items in it?
What we're saying is we're putting it on the work plan so that we can put it before the council as this is an item that we want to work on over the next year
Okay,
and get
got it.
directive from them as part of the work plan that this
Okay.
is something that we plan to spend staff time
Right.
on
They're going to get the work plan, I guess, in May?
in June. So,
June,
yeah, so it's due to the clerk before the end of May so that it can go before the council along with other work plans for the planning commission and other boards and commissions in June. I don't know the exact date yet for that council hearing, but they usually set forth a pretty, hefty timeframe to look at all these plans together.
It's a big deal. Yeah. So are you also saying that for the future, we should think about scheduling our meeting to discuss it after the council has looked at our program and said, yes, go ahead with it, or what? How does that work?
I think that we can, once it goes before the council, then we can, assuming that they're okay with us continuing to work on it, I think that we would start to draft something, bring it forward. What we laid out in here was looking at potentially getting a better understanding of like what the specific changes that we want to make are before fall of this year and drafting exact code changes to start bringing before the council with the expectation that over the next year, within this next fiscal year, we would be actually bringing forward modifications to the code to council. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And then Project Goal 3, I think, is what Board Member Rosenberg was speaking to, which is kind of a catch-all of things that we might be interested in working on. I think that we're looking at bringing forth, council directed us to bring forth a preliminary schedule for development of new coordinated area plans throughout the city. For San Antonio, California Avenue, downtown, and El Camino Real areas. And so we are bringing forth to council that kind of like an idea of a preliminary schedule. But, as we decide what we're moving forward with and what we actually, can move forward with, we anticipate that any coordinated area plan that we move forward with would have involvement from the Architecture Review Board. Again, there's also just a catch-all of other things that we foresee coming forward. And if you guys have suggestions of other things that we should be looking at to try and move forward, I think this is where we would look to put it. And we would probably summarize whether it's a higher priority item or a lower priority item in that goal 3. So that's what I'm foreseeing.
You had some general items that might fit into that area?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, this is the perfect segue for this. So the first item was actually already on your lower priority item here. It's coordinated area plan for the San Antonio area. Yeah, because I had listed that we keep sort of running into this San Antonio corridor issue over and over again. California Avenue, is that also on there?
Yes, it is.
Same, okay. And then there's 3 sort of smaller or 4 smaller items. One is rooftop terraces. We seem to have come up with that a couple of times, and I think just getting some sort of guidelines, rules, and regulations regarding rooftop terraces would be a good idea.
We're talking about rooftop terraces in commercial zones, right?
Kind of in general, I mean, I feel like you've hit it a couple of times with multifamily residential, with some of the commercial items. So just sort of having some rules and regulations for what that should be.
I think that seems like a good idea, and you can respond to it just as to what the code allows us to do right now and where they aren't allowed at the moment.
Right. So I'm assuming you don't have this ready on the spot, so it might be something we just.
Well, they pretty much know where they are.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, for multifamily, rooftop terraces are allowed, but as we came across with the 3001 El Camino project, there are some kind of weird nuances in the code where if it's on the second floor, it doesn't count as the common open space. But if it's on the ground floor or third floor, then it does.
Right.
So there's some nuances in that. But generally, rooftop terraces are allowed for commercial. The catch is that if you're doing it on commercial buildings, you necessarily have to add an elevator and stairwell. And so if a building is already over the height limit, it can make it impossible to do a rooftop terrace. And so for the downtown area, there have been some code revisions that are in the code now that allow for rooftop terraces, basically allow for that extra height exception so that we can have rooftop terraces.
And I assume that sort of makes it so that the elevator has to be a certain distance from daylight plane or something like that in terms of it's not like, front and center in the middle of the
Just
front
the
facade of the
visuals.
building. I assume it has to be sort of pushed
there
to the
are
center.
some specific guidelines of like how it needs to be designed so it's
Sure.
less visible. I can't remember off the top of my head what those are, but
Yeah.
and
And one of the items, sorry to interrupt you, was also in regards to, we had a multifamily project where they were doing the rooftop terraces, but they were sort of near a residential area. And so I apologize, I can't remember the address off the top of my head. But when they were sort of talking about where the rooftop terraces would be, it's like, oh, you're sort of encroaching on the privacy of the neighbors there. And so I don't know if that's in the plan right now, if that's something that sort of needs to be revised. And if we feel comfortable that the rooftop terraces are fully covered, great, we can move on. But just, I wanted to bring it up to make sure that we sort of had all that covered.
sure. I'm not sure where it got in the process, but I know there was a proposal to make some potential changes to allow rooftop terraces in California Ave.
Okay.
And I think that question of the residential did come up, but I think that it didn't move. Yeah, they're not moving that project forward. For the downtown area, there are specific requirements set forth for distance from residential, I believe. I want to say that it was more of a noise question and less of a privacy question for that. That's why it was written into the code.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just on that vein, we had some conversations previously about parklets and sort of getting that tied in. And Osma, did you have anything you wanted to add on the parklets? Because I feel like this is kind of your baby. So
Parklets?
Yeah, just making sure that we had sort of consistent rules for parklets is something we came up with over and over again. But if there's something in the works to make sure we've got clean rules and regs for that, good to go.
I think we had Yingxi and Peter were on the subcommittee for the parklets and we approved that,
Perfect.
I think.
Okay.
So I think it's okay.
And then my last two are just bird glazing.
Yes.
And LRVs. So just in terms of, we keep coming up with that white is really white. So I know that some other cities and towns in the local area have some sort of LRV caps, the light reflective value. Thank you. So there's some caps that it can't be sort of too bright white or too dark. So if that's something that Palo Alto is interested in, maybe we should take a look at that so that there's, again, a unified standard that the applicants can come with. And so that we're not just going, that white looks too bright, right? To have a sort of actual number that they can go up to and look at. And maybe it's, just a small item, the LRVs could still be in the 80s and it still works. But if you hit the 90s, it's too bright or something like that, just so that we're not sort of subjectively saying it looks too white. And I don't want to be too restrictive with it, but just so that it feels a little less subjective. And that's it. Thanks very much.
And just to
Yeah.
those points, I would note that the bird-friendly guidelines and developing that has been something in our comprehensive plan since it was adopted as 2017 as something that was of interest of moving forward, some bird-friendly design guidelines. So, but yeah, that's not something we've had time for, but yeah, I think that's an interesting addition.
So why don't you keep on going then in the description of the goals?
I don't think I have anything else specifically to say.
I think that's the last one, right?
Yeah, that was the last item.
One, let me ask, because I wasn't around when SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 were created. Is there really something missing out of the SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 that was inserted into this?
Yeah, the objective standards do not apply. The way that was written, it doesn't apply to the SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 districts. So we really don't have objective standards from what I was told from, is that accurate?
Could you elaborate on that, please,
Yeah.
Claire? I
Yes.
didn't understand what you said.
Sorry, so the objective standards that we created under 1824, because SOFA is its own specific zoning districts, those objective standards don't apply. And so one thing that we anticipate bringing forward as part of these changes to objective standards is to be creating objective standards for the SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 that are a little bit more specific.
Could you explain why they don't apply?
And could you also explain where SOFA 1 and where SOFA 2
Yeah.
are?
Yeah.
Wondered whether
So,
you would know.
yeah, so SOFA is south of Forest area. North, trying to think, south, yes, south of downtown. If you go over kind of Peninsula Creamery area.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is that SOFA 1 or SOFA 2?
I have to pull up the map on exactly where the boundaries are for those.
And does it go to Alma?
It goes out to Alma, I believe, yeah.
Alma's a
It
border?
seems like SOFA 2 is expanded the area,
Oh, so SOFA 1 is kind of
smaller. and
smaller and
yeah.
SOFA 2 goes out a bit
Yeah,
more.
that's what I
And
looked.
it's just along Hamilton?
No, there are several streets across.
Okay.
It's a larger area.
I can be. I am not at the moment. I've only got two up. Do you have one up?
Maybe you could explain a little bit the history of where it all came from, actually. Why did we need a SOFA 1 and SOFA 2?
So I don't know that we were prepared for this conversation and I wasn't present when this
But there are
came
people who
about.
don't understand what it is. Yeah.
But yes, I want to say that there was, and maybe some longer term residents know that there was a hospital in the area that was taken down and therefore the city needed to plan for what was going to happen in the area. So that was the major push for having these two different plans.
So, because I don't know actually as well, where was the hospital? Was it where the present Oak Court project is?
I know, at least in part, it was, so it's Palo Alto Medical Foundation, and it was in
Right.
part in that Roth building.
The Roth
at
building.
300 Homer.
Yeah. And so it probably included the site on which Oak Court was built, the Section 8 housing.
There were quite a number, a number of areas that it
Okay.
included. I'm not entirely sure, but.
Okay, well, so it gives you some idea, those of you who don't know what that stands for. Yeah. So
David, would you like me to run through my comments on these items so we can just move along?
everybody should, yeah.
So in general, I'm fine with these three project goals. Notwithstanding your comments, Kendra, I think these items we've spelled out are significantly more important. And I recommend that we keep our focus as tight as possible. On the first project goal, I'm suggesting that where it says lower priority, we'd written down new office spaces that will exacerbate the city's jobs housing imbalance. I recommend instead we just say non-residential, commercial and institutional projects. I don't think it's necessary to elaborate why they're important or not important.
You want commercial,
Well, I'm
but
just
not just office, in other words? Office would be,
office is not institutional, so I'm recommending we remove the phrasing that says that will exacerbate the city's jobs housing imbalance. That's sort of a political value statement, and I think this should just be
Okay.
neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just say which is higher and lower priority.
higher priority.
Would you kindly rephrase, say that one more time? Just repeat it so that we
So
can.
I'm recommending we change the phrasing under lower priority to read non-residential, commercial and institutional projects.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Or do you
Sure.
wanna-
Let's
Do
talk.
you want to just go through these
You
one at a time instead? Is that David? Should we do that instead?
Yeah, I don't, let's just talk them through as they go.
Do you want to say your comments first? I can go after you.
Yeah, I know there are lots of housing projects coming and it's priority. But I think for a healthy community, there are some other things that we also want to develop as well, like the service uses and also maybe some commercials. Just thinking about like, there are lots of projects along San Antonio that is coming. Lots of them are housing, but how about like the school, the health services? So are we just adding the housing instead of thinking about what will happen for those kids that will go to the school? Will we add?
Well, my understanding is that project goal 1 just references the standard work that we do on the ARB. We review projects that they come before us that are in the development process. And for whatever reason, we're elaborating which ones are high and low priority.
Right, yeah.
I don't know that actually affects how staff treats things.
So actually my comments is more both for project go 1 and project 3.
I mean,
Because
do we need to elaborate high and low priority projects? Is that
Well,
something?
yeah, so this is my comment too, is why do we even have anything under low priority? Because commercial, institutional and residential makes up the bulk of our review. And I don't know that it really makes sense to say that it's a lower priority when it's actually like 80% of what we end up reviewing.
Why don't we just strike it altogether? Why do we need to define priorities?
Because it's on the page.
I mean,
I don't think you have to, council asks us to, but I don't think you have to identify lower priority, but I do think it's.
How about if we just put everything under high priority, just shift? the
Well, we want
non-commercial
to, I think the
If you
point that they're
prioritize
making is,
everything.
this is kind of this is a response to what the council has been stating all along here.
Yeah, I really think the only thing that we would use this for is if we have, 3 projects that are trying to get on a hearing, we would prioritize the housing project over the office project in terms of getting on that hearing.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it makes sense to leave housing on the high priority, but I don't know that we need to like push everyone else down. Makes sense.
Yeah,
So
so
I'd be in
just like,
favor of striking everything off the low priority list.
yeah, I think if there's a way to phrase that if and conflict should arise, the housing will be given priority in terms of time slot. I mean, I think that it's really that simple. That's all we're looking to accomplish here. So,
That's an administrative thing. We shouldn't
Right.
get involved in.
yeah, I agree.
So I can agree to just strike the whole thing.
Oh,
Okay.
Do you want to do a straw poll?
Should we do
vote on
straw
it?
poll?
all right, so let's take just a straw poll.
So we're going to eliminate any text under the lower priority section of goals number 1.
Yes,
I'm in favor of that.
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Are you okay with that,
I'm-
David?
I like what was written. Might as well
4 to 1.
voice it that way.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to get rid of that.
Okay,
Um,
all right, next.
On the second goal, I had written to strike the thing about SOFA 1 and SOFA 2, but now on hearing what staff says, it sounds like it's actually pretty important to leave that. I had wanted instead to say modifications to address SB 9 and SB 30 regulations, because I think that is really important. So I suppose what I'm suggesting is that we add a 4th bullet point under high priority to say modifications to SB 9 and SB 30 requirements.
Are those two different things?
Sorry.
Can you say
what's
the Senate
30?
bill numbers again?
You mean SB 330?
SB
SB
330, I'm
330.
sorry, yes. I wrote 330 here.
But what related to 330?
Well, just any additional regulations that we may have to be involved in. For, like we're doing for SB 9 now, is there anything for 330 that applies?
No, I mean,
strike that.
330 is really just a freezing of standards.
Okay, so just SB 9 then. I'm suggesting to my colleagues that SB 9 is an important thing for us to focus on.
Here's a question about that. I know we're going to talk about that today. Do we anticipate continuing to talk about that, or is today the last day we're talking about that?
Yeah, so I think Amy has a better understanding, but she gave me a brief summary.
Who's she?
Sorry, Amy French, Chief Planning Official.
Okay, I figured.
She had anticipated, so what council directed was that we share the objective standards with the Architecture Review Board. And so I think what we're anticipating is that we would do the additional study session today to kind of finish out a, overarching conversation about that topic. We're anticipating that staff would then go out to the community and work with different developers who are developing individual review projects and SB 9 projects and get their feedback on how these objective standards are really being utilized in the field or might need to be modified. And then to draft based on that feedback and the feedback from the Architecture Review Board and feedback from the Planning Commission that we've already received, draft some changes to those objective standards. And then we also anticipate that sometime in the next, I believe it's before the end of the year, we're anticipating that there's also going to be some additional state code legislative changes. And so we're kind of looking to incorporate anything we need to based on those legislative changes we see coming forward into those objective standards as well.
So then I'd support putting it in then, because it sounds like it's going to be a long running thing. So yeah.
It could be, but in terms of the timing, we've already had a meeting, a significant meeting, and there were a lot of comments that were made on one issue or another. So in terms of what is presented outside of us, to those who would be developing whatever, individuals or developers, is that going to happen on the basis of what has been presented to us to date? Or will what has been presented be revised first and then presented outside?
No, that we're anticipating giving them the existing objective standards as well and getting their feedback so that we can incorporate a single change based on feedback from the Architecture Review Board and feedback from those, architects that are working through the process.
Well, I'm curious to know whether or not those suggestions or considerations that we've already made would be distributed to the people who are going to be reviewing this other than ourselves.
I think when we get to the next item, we can talk more in depth, but I think there's two pieces to the SB 9 project that we'll talk about in a minute. The first piece is we just want to get the existing ordinance, we want to get it to be permanent. And then the second part is that we want to take a deeper look into the objective standards themselves and see what changes we need to make. But that part doesn't have a time frame. Getting the ordinance to be permanent has a very short time frame. So there's two pieces.
What is the ordinance in that case?
The ordinance
Just a
is moving.
lot split portion of this, or does it include the language of objective standards?
what the ordinance states is it references the objective standards and then it gives the director the authority to make changes as needed to those objective standards. So,
Okay, it's just administrative, in other words.
yeah, so it's an existing ordinance. It's already in the code already, but it's an interim. And so we're finalizing that because it's required. Otherwise it'll sunset.
We don't have anything to work on if we don't have the ordinance.
Right. So
Okay.
we'll be able to incorporate, I guess to answer your question, we can certainly summarize for them the feedback we received from you guys. But I mean, we're trying to look for independent feedback on what they're experiencing going through the process and then incorporate all of that feedback.
Certainly could add to it. Yeah. If, if other people have other opinions, but we are 5 architects here, and I just want to point out that we have experience in this as well, as any individual architect outside, and considerable, I would say, considerable experience. So there are items which I think have been partially addressed, put it that way at this moment, and we will continue today a little bit further. So just to comment, about that. Okay, so this we left SB 9 there and SB 330. SB 330 is like a totally different aspect to this. SB 9 is a pretty much what we review as individual houses, which we actually don't review at all up to now. But since we're asked to comment, I think we should consider that. But how about the SB 330? It's really kind of a issue more of planning and general areas of the city where SB 330 would apply. Or does it apply pretty much to every area?
It applies everywhere, and there's no expected changes. There's nothing for the Architecture Review Board to be reviewing with respect to SB 330. It's just, there's a set list of 17 things that they have to provide to us to freeze their standards. They provide it, then they're deemed complete, and that's it. There's no discussion. There's no architecture review that's happening at that point in the process. So I don't really see, there's nothing for us to put on a work plan with respect to SB 330, in my opinion.
Yeah, and SB 330 also prohibits the jurisdictions from imposing the subjective design standards, which is why we did all that objective work. But again, nothing for us to discuss further. There's no changes that are needed.
Yeah, I think that's my understanding, is that all of our work on the objective standards was in response to SB 330. So we've kind of already addressed.
Yeah, I
that.
thought we just agreed. SB 330 is not something we're intending to reference here.
Okay.
Chief, are you okay with the SB 9 reference in this?
Yeah, actually, I also write it down
Yeah.
before the meeting.
So to my colleagues, what we've done is identify 4 high priority things here and no low priority things, because we think they're also important. The reason council's asking for this report from us is to help them make decisions. They have to decide which things are going to be done and which aren't. So we're basically derelict in our duty by not making recommendations of high and low priority on this. When I look at this personally, I think the most important thing is probably these SB 9 regulations. Secondarily, maybe the townhomes. And the other 2, I think we could push into lower priority if we wanted to take the tough stand of making a decision or helping. But I'm just pointing out that we're not really doing our job if we don't identify which is more important.
And I agree with you, but on that note, then I would say that going back to project goal number 1, we should maintain a separation of high priority and low priority, understanding that the priority difference is quite minimal. But if we really are trying to say when push comes to shove, which one takes precedence, then we should be acknowledging this in project goal 1 as well.
Fair enough, but project goal 1 doesn't, we can't have priority. That's processing of applications as they come in. It's not for us to decide which one staff thinks we should schedule or focus on. I don't know if I'd want that responsibility.
That's fair.
I'd like to think they process applications in some logical way when they come in and when they pay the fees and do all that stuff. But I don't think priority on that one makes sense, to be honest.
I mean, I hear you, but if council's asking for us to say that there is a priority of one versus the other. If we have to choose, which one would it be? Then I don't necessarily have a concern with leaving it the way that it was written before with your edits to the wording.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I think it's implicit. Like if we're just saying what our high priority is, then everything else is not the high priority. So it sort of is a little moot. to
Fair
kind of
enough.
Add that over there.
Yeah,
But just sorry to keep harping on project goal number one. So basically we're just only having the high priority and then everything in the low priority is getting scratched.
We're just not mentioning anything.
Okay.
you know,
Fair enough.
I think that,
All right.
you know, the council's going to review this and every other agency in the city here, and they're not going to be terribly concerned about which one is high and which one is lower than. I think we can eliminate the low priorities mostly. It seems reasonable to do that and just live with a high priority. It's kind of, you know, I think that when we're saying sign review is a lower priority than the entire commercial facade, that's significant. But otherwise, it works.
Well, on that note, I would just say for project goal 2, and sorry to jump in here, Peter. I would agree with Peter then to say that I don't think we should scratch the other 2 items from the low priority, from the list altogether, but they probably should be shifted over to the low priority.
I can support that too.
So high priority would be townhomes and SB9, and then the other 2, the SOFA and the modifications for objective standards, would be low priority.
Oh,
Yeah.
the SOFA 1, you know, I would say that sort of finishes up what we've been doing here is really going to be a significant priority, especially in areas like Alma, where, you know, there could be significant changes. And the rest of the area is pretty built out, I would say. My feeling of it is, but Alma is certainly a kind of a weaker area in terms of development, so it needs some regulation if it doesn't have it. Peter?
I can't tell you how many council meetings I've been to listen to planning director Late or his predecessors sit in front of the council and explain to them that he can't possibly do the tasks they're asking because it doesn't have staff resources. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
They're going to hire.
So they're going to only do some of these things.
Yeah.
So when we don't express importance of which ones are important or more important, they're just lacking our guidance. And they're going to make a decision based on other values that don't have our input, which is not the point of doing all this. So yeah, they're all important.
Yeah,
But,
I would like to echo Vice Chair's comments.
So I think that the SB9 requirements are really, really important in this town right now.
I agree.
And so that's got to remain as a high priority. I think we already have objective standards. They're not perfect and they need revision, but that's not as important. SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 do not get a whole lot of development applications. It's a tough place to develop. It can't possibly be as critical as these other items. So that's why I'm just saying, let's make a value judgment here.
So just to be clear, though, we do have SB9 standards, the same as we have objective standards for multifamily. In both of them are imperfect, but we do have a fair number of standards for both.
We do. I think you're going to hear that we think the SB9 standards are less perfect than the current objective standards. But colleagues, what do we think? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that says, well, SB9 really is sort of state ruled and regulated, right? And at the end of the day, there is a sort of very comprehensive list of what it should and should not be based on the state. And our job is we're being tasked to how to implement it in our city and what the best methods are to make sure that the state rules and regulations apply gracefully within our city boundaries. I would also argue that SB9 is new and therefore a little bit more pressing. We don't want to make mistakes that we have to fix later. So I'd rather take the time now to be thoughtful in how we want to implement it, as opposed to sort of seeing what shakes out over the next 2 years and then being like, oh no, we need to course correct. So I would almost say, yeah, SB9 should probably have a little bit more time and attention now while it's still young and we can get that tree to grow in the direction we want it to grow in theory.
Okay, so, all I want to say
Board
about
Member
this,
Chen she's been wanting to say something for a while.
go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that SB9 needs lots of improvements, but also think about the projects, the scale of each of the project. I think townhomes and also those multifamilies get much larger scale and much better locations along major streets. So SB9 is more like just in some smaller sub roads. So I was thinking about maybe it's hard for me to push the SB9 really to the first.
Higher priority.
I've suggested we keep the townhomes and SB9 issues as high priority. Both of those. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Ying-Chi, that it's hard to differentiate which is more important. SB9 is mostly going to be for single family residential, and townhomes are larger projects. So it's very important.
And also I want to clarify whether the third one that listed here, modification based on the implementation of the objective standard, is that one the SB 330 projects refer to? If so, it would also be important, right?
So just to clarify, actually, the SB 330 is not actually what requires implementation of objective standards. It does reference that, but any Housing Accountability Act project is only subject to the objective standards, and any project going through a state density bonus process is only subject to the objective standards. So I just want to make that clarification. In response to Board Member Chen, this item was intended to just reference, as we go through this process, we've started getting applications now for townhomes projects or other projects that are going through the objective standard process, as well as projects that were not subject to those objective standards. And kind of learning from those and understanding what objective standards do we wish we had, and also where there was maybe lack of clarity on the objective standards that need to be a little bit more specific or revised for more flexibility or something along those lines as we move through that process.
So could you be specific about the list? Which ones do you feel are critical here? Do you think that the SOFA 1 should be eliminated from the list or what?
So I would say that I would echo Board Member Chen's thoughts about just scale of project. And I would also note that with respect to modifications to SB 9, the way that process works is if somebody can't fit solely within those objective standards, there is a process laid out for that objective, for a discretionary process. And so if they want to do a design, there's still a process laid out that's not entirely extensive. It is a longer process, but it would still allow them the flexibility to do what they want to do. Whereas for these larger housing development, if there is not an objective standard, there's, they can simply point and say there's no objective standard, or, this objective standard doesn't apply because it's not uniformly verifiable or something along those lines. And so from that perspective and from the perspective that Board Member Chen mentioned about just scale of these projects, I think staff would probably prioritize these larger multifamily. I do think that SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 objective standards is going to be important to move forward quickly. And I think changes to the townhome, to more clearly define townhomes is probably going to be fairly important as well. But
Okay, so that's basically kind of staff's point of view here, right?
Mhm.
Would you say? Both of you agree with that? I think what I hear is a bit of a difference here because the board in general sort of feels SB 9 is important. So at
Maybe
the
we-
moment, maybe it makes more sense to leave everything on that list the way it is. And this it reflects the board's opinion. So, let's get an opinion about that from us here.
Maybe we just move the bullet 3, the modifications of the existing objective standards to the lower priority so that we just have one thing that we note as our lower priority.
I'm tending to think that we leave everything in this priority list.
I'm actually with Usma, if you don't mind, David. I think that just having some differentiation again will be helpful for council. And I also think that of the items on this list, the objective standards they're in pretty good shape, right? We don't have anything that's like urgent and pressing and dire that's a problem. So that's where I would say of the items on the list, that one, if we have to choose, and I think I do think we should make a decision as to what's higher priority and what's lower priority. But I think that one is sort of the least urgent. It's the least sort of in trouble, right? It's in pretty good shape.
If
Would
I
be my
may,
argument there.
I would also just note that as we move through modifications based on implementation, it could be more helpful to have a little bit more projects to work off of. We don't have that many projects that are going through the process. And so we might be looking to start that, some modifications once we have a little bit more to work off of.
Yes, to sort of add to that, it seems to me that we really haven't tested out, to add to that comment, we haven't tested out objective standards very much at all. So it really is kind of important for us to keep our focus on objective standards and stay flexible enough so that we can make changes to it. That was the intent, that we were going to go through this coming year, and change it where it needed to be changed. And there will be opportunities to see where those improvements will be important.
Chair Hirsch, if you don't mind, let me ask you this. If you're looking at those 4 items on the list and you had to number order them, what number order would you put them in? If they're all high priority, but which one would you tackle first?
Well, I think I would put on pretty low priority is the modifications on SOFA 1 and 2. That's probably the least important one.
Do we think that just because we don't really know what's going on there? And if we did know, maybe we would change our minds about that?
That's the whole point of putting our expertise out there. If we don't know, then we can't say.
Yeah, I mean, putting something on a lower priority doesn't mean that we won't do it or that we won't get to it.
Well,
Yeah, I do think we should almost think of lower priority as a secondary priority. It's not the bottom. It's not last. It's a secondary priority.
I can support the idea of ranking these just 1 to 4, just say in order of priority, these are things we see. And I think that would be extremely helpful to council. And if that's in a direction we want to head, I'm happy to suggest that townhomes would be the most important on my list.
I have some thought about that. I think we're not, and staff probably can speak to that too. We're not going to see, although we've spent a lot of time on townhomes and thinking about it now, I don't think we're going to see very many townhome projects coming up. It's hard to imagine
We
where
just saw one.
they will be.
Yeah, I
We
would
just saw a
argue
really big one.
fries, acacia, we've seen several in
There's a bunch.
the past because they're part of, a lot of times these multi-housing units do include a row of townhomes, whether they're detached or attached, but there's always seems to be a series of these townhomes on some facade or another with these multifamily projects. So I guess thinking of it as like San Francisco townhomes might not be correct. It really is almost a part of a larger multifamily housing project. They do seem to be included quite a bit. And so I would respectfully argue that, we do need to keep an eye on those.
Well, I'm fine with it because we've been thinking about it a lot, but I'm fine with your sentiment about it. Only I'm thinking not that it isn't the highest priority.
So what do we think is the highest priority? Let's get this done.
Okay.
So David, if townhomes aren't, which of these four is the highest priority?
I think SB 9.
Okay, how about the rest of us?
I would respectfully disagree and say I think our townhomes takes priority over SB 9, but not by much.
Okay. And I'm kind of okay with
Yeah,
that
same
thought.
here. Yeah. Townhome is a little bit over SB 9.
Rosemont?
I don't know how I feel about ranking these, honestly. I just don't think it's going to happen with our different priorities. But I do think that one thing we could do is move one thing to the lower priority. I think we could get there as a group. And I think that thing is the objective standards that were approved. I think that might be the way we can finish talking about this goal.
I think SOFA 1 and 2 could go to the lowest priority.
Just to clarify, I think that SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 are sort of wrapped up into the housing element. And so it's likely that those may need to go first based on the housing element requirements.
I think we need to listen to staff on this for SOFA 1, SOFA 2. I don't think we fully understand everything and staff knows what's coming in front of us.
So how about just not giving it a priority list? These are our priorities, all of them, instead of having high to low. We get rid of that and then we can deal with it as we go ahead, and council will look
I
at
think
that.
what Claire's got written down so far is we moved off the third bullet, which is modifications to existing standards. We moved that off to be a lower priority, which again is more of a secondary priority. And then we've added SB 9 as a high priority. The only thing we don't have is we have 3 high priorities. And so it would possibly be helpful to do some ranking there, but not required.
Okay, can we just do a straw poll to make sure we're okay with that change?
Well, let's understand it first. You're saying that modifications to the objective standards goes into lower priority? Is that what you've just done?
If you give us just a minute, we can put it up on the TVs.
Yeah, that's what I suggested, David.
Hold on, I just need to join the Zoom meeting. Trying.
I just want to add a comment in here at this point that Ying-Chi and I have spent a fair amount of time on objective standards and have a number of items that we think could be questioned or could be open to discussion by the board. And I don't want to lose that opportunity to make that presentation.
Again,
That's precisely why we're feeling comfortable ranking that lower, because you guys have done such an excellent job getting us where we are.
and it also doesn't mean that we won't ever get to it. We can get to it. It's just we need to note one thing on the lower priority list. And given that a lot of work has already been done on it, and also we're not talking about townhomes, right? We're talking about everything else that's in the objective standards.
Yeah. Understood.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth bringing up. I think David and I had a meeting with the planning director a month or two ago, just sort of a generic, where are we going kind of thing. And we pushed pretty hard that we got to get these townhome regulations updated. He pushed pretty hard back saying, I just don't have the staff. None of this is going to happen, he basically said.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're really being naive, not focusing hard on what's really important. And if we leave that up in the air, our input is nil. We have to make the hard decisions like everybody else does. What do we really think they need to focus on? It's so crystal clear within the staff that we just can't do all these things.
Yes, but so far, everybody on this board has been saying it's SB 9 and townhomes are the 2 highest priority.
I argue that we should decide which is highest, even then. The city council is going to look at this along with dozens of other priorities. Which one is more important? Let's use our expertise. I think Ying-Chi makes a good point about townhomes being larger projects with a greater visual impact on the town. as architects, which do we think we should regulate more importantly?
That's what you're saying? Yeah, okay. Fine. Speaker?
I'm fine with the order that it's listed in. Like, I'm fine with what's in front of us right now.
It's just listed as an order, but not number ranked.
We can
I mean, if
number
we really
rank
want to
it.
number rank them, it's fine.
No, but I don't think we need to number
You're
rank it
okay,
is what I'm
you're
saying.
okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
I recommend that we just say, instead of high and low priority, in order of priority in our report, we put townhomes first, SB9 things second, SOFA third, objective standard modifications fourth. And that way, at least we've given a clear direction what we think as a board. And if any of us think that order is wrong, let's adjust it. But Osmer, are you comfortable putting an order out there? You were concerned before.
I think the way that it's written in front of us right now on our screen, if you look at your screen right now, where it says in order of priority.
Zoom in with your fingers. I can,
I need my other glasses here.
Order of, okay, I hadn't looked at this. Townhomes, SB9. Yes, this is good.
And
Yeah,
then-
I'm comfortable with the way it's written.
Okay, can we take a straw poll on if we're okay with the way it's written right now?
I'm okay
Yeah.
with it.
Okay,
Yes.
everybody? Who else?
Looks good to me.
It's good, it looks good to me.
Okay.
And good with me.
All right,
Okay, let's
Shall we
leave it
move
that
on?
way.
thanks.
I didn't have any corrections or adjustments on project goal 3. I was happy with it. I am happy with it the way it's written.
so board member Rosenberg mentioned 3 items to add to the list.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be the spot if we were gonna add them. But again, I defer to my fellow board members about whether or not they think that this should actually end up on the list. And those items just to review would be rooftop terraces, parklets, bird glazing, and LRVs. So they might just be too low priority
want
to
a-
put on the list.
Line by line response, I think that
Please.
rooftop terraces are important, but not nearly as important as everything else. And they tend to get wrapped up into some objective standards anyway, as we're doing it. We would be wiser, I believe, just to keep in mind that we want to put regulations regarding rooftop terraces, decks, things like that, as we work through objective standards.
Yeah, fair enough. That might actually end up under objective standards where basically bird glazing, LRVs, and rooftop terraces, all 3 of those could all be wrapped up under objective standards. So
I
maybe
think
that,
the parklets, I think we produced a pretty good
Yeah,
set of
you guys did
regulations
have
on
a-
that. That's
Okay.
in existence.
that
And I
one's
believe
covered.
that the city is working on that.
Perfect.
But I think it's important, it's one thing to say just reviewing the objective standards, but these are 3 things that board member Rosenberg's pulled out from them. I would agree that I don't really know that rooftop terraces need to be addressed specifically because I do think it's really subjective depending on the project. And that it might be better to not add more regulation to that. But I do like noting bird safe glazing and LRV, and I would be okay adding those to a lower priority item for project goal 3.
I guess my only question is that something that should be wrapped into the objective standards? Or is that something that should be sort of a standalone? I mean, because they're just such small items, but they just keep coming up again and again and again. So these were items that literally over the course of the past year, I've noted this came up again, this came up again, this came up again. So having it be listed somewhere, easy for people to follow, maybe it's just wrapped into the objective standards. We just say, include these items as checkboxes. If you have bird safe glazing, check, right? If you've got an LRV under 90, check, done. It can be that straightforward. Not trying to overregulate here. It's just something that keeps coming up as a subjective item that I would like to just provide clarity so applicants can just meet it and move on.
Well, I think
So I have a question for you on
Please.
this. Suppose you had the planning's bird screening. Suppose they had a good resolution on this in the code as it is, or as they've developed it. Is it important for us to put it in here then?
That's a good question. Let me think about that for a minute.
Wait, sorry, can you ask that again?
Say it again?
Can you ask your question again? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Suppose we looked at the existing standards for bird glazing as it exists in the code today.
There are no current standards.
There are no current standards.
No, where there is a staff implementation of the comprehensive plan along with, it push from the community to, have better bird safe glazing. But there are no detailed standards in the zoning code.
And the longer we talk about this, the longer I'm realizing I'm opening a can of worms here because there's with townhomes, windows are, relatively small. It's not a big deal. But when we get some of these projects like the one we just reviewed on El Camino, where 90% of the facade is glazing, I think that's when this bird glazing becomes an issue. And again, it might just be a short conversation to say when your facade is over X amount of percentage of glazing, it needs to have X type of bird glazing, right? And just, again, sort of providing some clarity for moving forward, because I don't think a typical townhome or a typical multifamily residential would need bird glazing per se. It's really these facades that are predominantly glazing.
Well, it may depend on the district too, because if we're in the
Yes.
Baylands, I
Oh,
feel like,
yes.
and that's why maybe it makes sense to be under Project Goal 3, because those are kind of district specific
Yeah,
area plans.
yeah. And sorry, I feel like I definitely opened a can of worms here.
No, it's a good can of worms, because, and also I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to bird safe glazing. Like there's products out there that claim they do well, and then white papers that disprove that they do well. And then, what percentage is the frit? How big is the frit? Those are things we should talk about and make sure at least it might be nice to bring in samples and just look at them and kind of talk about them as a board for what we think makes sense aesthetically.
Comment on this is there are a number of other communities that have simply answered this issue. The codes exist. It's not like we have to invent them. They exist in other communities. Shani, who spoke to us today, can point to any number of communities all around us that have excellent bird protections. So we really don't have to go very far to find the regulations.
So, and thank you. That was the point I was going to make, is that other cities have already done this. And so we can sort of, if we want to do a short process and just sort of copy them, or if we want to do a longer, more involved process, we can go either way with it.
So perhaps it should be, as far as asking the planning department to research this and come back with regulations that are appropriate, and then find a place to put them. How's that sound?
So I think through this work plan, we're asking council what their priorities are.
Yes.
And those become staff priorities.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that would be good. And we'll put it in to locate an appropriate regulations for bird safety. And ask Claire to put it in.
So is how it's written and where it's written acceptable?
I think board member
Works for
Chen.
me.
Yeah, it can still just ask, make a general comment or maybe it's a general question. I just want to continue about, since we are talking about the comprehensive plan and area plan in this project goal 3. So I was still curious about, maybe it's a question to the staff or maybe to the council. So we are talking about housing nowadays. Then what about other kind of projects, like some service uses, those community related projects, like when there are more people coming to town, then there will be more kids to the school. Then what's the plan for the school? And it's like it's all related. And I don't want it to be like, okay, now we need more housing. We just focus on housing for now and then do the patchwork work years later. Like, okay, we need more commercials. We need retails here and there. It's like, is there something happen at the same time when we think about housing? Is there any planning on the related service uses?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a very good question, because obviously when we have more housing, we have more residents, we want to have more community facilities and things for them to enjoy. as part of the housing element, we have those sorts of things, and definitely part of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan has sort of ratios of, how many acres of parkland we want to have per number of residents and things of that nature. So it's pretty much already baked in to the system. But yes, thank you for the question.
So, to put it in perspective, if we were to build the RENA numbers, right, over 6,000 new units of housing, and if you multiply that by 2.3, which is about a number that you would get for a population with that amount of housing, look at that. It's over 10,000 new people. It's more than that, really. It's 2.3 times 6 is 13 or 14,000 people, which is 20% population, more than 20% population increase in Palo Alto. Just to get a perspective on what that really means in the next 10 years or 8 years, whatever it's supposed to be. Probably for us, it'll be 15 years. But in reality, that's a very serious question, that part of the comp plan really has to deal with schools, et cetera, the issue of what happens. One can very well imagine that, that we need some very serious planning for the future if this is really going through.
Are we encroaching too much into planning and transportation commission purview?
Right. That's what I was going to say. I think that the purpose of this work plan is really to focus on what things would be coming before the Architectural Review Board in the next year. I think what you're talking about is definitely part of the long-term growth of the city. And that's something that the Planning Commission and the council really have the purview with respect to how the city is growing and the uses. We really can only look at, how we're designing specific areas of the city as the growth builds out, and looking at projects that come before us as they come before us.
I totally hear you guys on not stepping on toes, but I do want to support Yingxi on this wholeheartedly and say that I think we as an ARB board could make a statement to council and to planning commission saying, although it's beyond our purview, we would strongly encourage them to make sure it's on their docket for what they're going to be tackling. The fact that we will be increasing housing means we need to increase schools, firehouses. I mean, the sewer lines need to be investigated, the public utilities, all of that needs to be accounted for. And so while, yes, it's beyond our scope, I think that we as a board could very strongly say this is not something that can fall through the cracks. And that while we can't cover it, we would ask our fellow councils to make sure that it's on their agenda items. Is that something that we could do? I also,
I think it really is already baked into the system. I think you've got lots of people thinking about this. I think the city has development impact fees that help pay for new parks and new facilities and things of that nature. Sometimes projects even have to put in, new sewer lines if it really can't handle the capacity. So it's a great question, and I want to help you guys understand the process. But those sorts of things really already baked into the comprehensive plan, have been thought about as part of the housing element process. We've just raised rates for park impact fees, to the point where developers are not happy with us. But, our cost of land is significant. And so we need the appropriate fees to make sure that we do have these new parks, as they're needed. So I think it is already baked in. It's a good question and a good desire, but lots of people are working on it.
Okay.
But I support your feelings about this.
Yes, thank you for making that statement. It would be wonderful if we can add it in, but I understand that as staff just mentioned, if that's how people are working on it, I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that somebody work on the numbers and make sure there are still land for these uses. It's not just collecting fees, but then it's hard to find the land.
Yes. Good point.
So in terms of wanting to close this item out, I I see what's on the screen. I would propose scratching rooftop terraces from the list entirely. And in that vein, if that's gone, then I would propose we straw poll on what's on the screen if that's gone.
I don't support light reflectance value guidelines at the moment. I think that's overreach and it's just too de minimis relative to everything else we're talking about. Sorry, Kendra, but I just don't see it.
No, fair enough. And again, I'm not trying to overreach here. I just feel like we've definitely hit the items before we say it's too white. And I think even if we come up with, and again, maybe this is a bigger conversation for later, but coming up with just a number, okay, you're below this number, you're good to go. And then we can't, as a board, necessarily argue project by project whether the white is too white. That's really the only goal I'm looking for is to streamline that a little bit so we don't have that conversation
Then
on repeat.
that should just be part of our objective standard
Fair enough.
values.
Let's add it there.
We really have to keep in mind, this is going to city council for
Yes.
approval of a broad level. When
Yeah.
we put small things in like this, we just aren't taken seriously.
I
They're not- We
understand.
have to keep our focus what we're really doing here. And it's not about what we think about development in Palo Alto or about small details that we can handle without council's overreach on it.
Agree. And that's where the reason that I brought it up is to understand whether or not this should be a standalone item or whether this should be somehow worked into the objective standards, right? Because it's something that when we have a presentation and again, we're like, oh, this white's too white, but that white's fine. Like it's frustrating for the applicant.
Yeah, I'm sure staff would appreciate having a light reflectance value chart that they can just check it off.
Exactly. Just say you meet this color meets the standard, done, moving on. And then we as a board do not have to argue this every single project about whether.
In fact, I believe we have in our current objective standards, a whole section of materiality where there is a standard that the director can update every so often, where this would might even be in there, but certainly it would fit in that section.
Perfect. Let's put it there. I
So-
have no issue with that.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that I think staff has noted the idea, and I'm sure that we can find a way to just work it
Perfect.
into.
Let's put it there. That works for me.
Do you know, if you want to, we have a board motion that just says we're asking staff to look into the bird safety issues and you're saying no, Jody?
No, I'm just saying we're doing a work plan
Mhm.
and,
This doesn't involve the work plan. It would be separate from the work plan, not part of this.
we can't do any extra work that's not in the work plan and approved by council.
Well, we're talking about our work plan, what is we're not going to do it. Clearly, we're not going to get those standards. Just as a separate motion that we'd like clarity on the issue of how to deal with the bird safety issue and rooftop terraces in some way.
Well, and again, I'm not at all opposed to moving LRVs, and if rooftop terraces just wants to come off and it's its own separate thing, that's fine. Again, my goal in bringing these items up is just they were items that I saw that we brought up on repeat,
Yes,
right? So just to make sure they're addressed somewhere. So LRVs and bird glass, both to me could fall under the objective standards.
Do you know? Yeah, they could.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They could.
So I have no issue if both of those items want to get moved to objective standards and that we somehow work that in as the objective standards get moved. I just don't want them to fall through the cracks.
Okay. Is that
So
okay with you?
I don't know if I see bird friendly under objective standards yet. I feel like there's more to it than just glass.
I hear you on that, but I would argue that it's again, a material selection choice, right? So similar to what color is the paint, darks are too darks, lights are too lights, in the Baylands, we have color selections that are indicative of that area and being built in that area. And I would argue that the bird glass is, even though it's got a significantly different impact to wildlife in the area than a color of white or black, it is a material selection. So for me, it sort of feels like it's in the same vein of that.
Bird glasses, but it's written here as bird friendly design guidelines. And so it's not just glass in my head. It's landscaping, it's positioning, orientation.
Okay,
It's
you're right. And in my mind, it was just bird friendly glass, whereas that's a material selection and this is a whole design guideline.
it's a design
situation.
guideline, yeah, which I think other cities have done. So, okay, let me suggest a different straw poll where we scratch what's highlighted, the bottom two bullets. If we scratch those out, then we can approve project goal 3 as written.
I can support that.
I can support that.
I support that.
Okay, so
I support
think
it too.
Sorry, Hirsch, can
yes,
you
yeah, I
vote?
can support that, but
Support it.
But I want to add a comment to this. And that, the first item on the list here, is it the first one? Let's see. This, the San Antonio and Fabian Way, it's a common, it's just come to our attention basically and kind of in the news. And have you all heard that this very large industrial area is being offered to the city, possibly with an arrangement by an owner of the property to develop it with a whole new mix of housing. Are you aware of that? You're not aware of it.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with what you're referencing, Chair Hirsch.
You're
What
not-
property are you referencing?
It's kind of the industrial area that's beyond JCC between Fabian Way and San Antonio.
I mean,
Road.
we're doing a home key project out at the end of San Antonio near the Baylands.
I'm
Well,
not su-
no.
This is a totally different
That's on
area.
this
I'm
side.
not sure what you're referencing and
You
the
haven't,
land is being offered to the city.
this is a point of information, that's all. Just keep your eye on this possibility. It has nothing, but it is something that is an active area for development. It's beyond JCC on this side of 101. It could be a very, very large and significant project. And so this is one reason why I put it on the list here, is something that we should keep our eye on. Undoubtedly, it's going to go through planning in some respect, and it probably will be a big study area, and that's one of the reasons it's there. I'm just alerting you to this.
As long as I've been on the ARB, we've been mentioning to council that we need a design guideline standard for San Antonio Road. It's been quite a few years now, and slowly it gets their attention and is moving up. So this will be part of what you're talking about, David.
Part of what I'm talking about. Yep.
And,
Is it different? Is bullet point 1 of high priority different than bullet point 1 of low priority? Or are they the same thing?
Sorry, can you state that one more
Sounds
time?
like
Number
what he was
1 of
talking
high
about.
priority, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking if that one is the same as bullet point 1 of low priority.
No, it's slightly different. So the housing element that is moving forward to council for hopefully adoption on May 8th is identifying areas that are zone GM, general manufacturing, within that area that's kind of near Fabian Way and San Antonio Road. There's kind of 2 areas of GM zoning, would allow for housing and at a higher density. And so right now in the GM zoning, housing is not an allowed use. And so in order to allow for that, we would necessarily have to make some zoning standards for the GM. Now, the timeline on that is very tight. We are anticipating that by January 1st of 2024, we would have to actually adopt standards to allow for that, because this is part of actually meeting our regional housing needs allocation. And so to allow for that, it requires, making those changes within the first year of the housing element based on when I believe when we should have adopted the housing element. So.
Good, Claire.
Thank you.
Nice
That's
clarification. Yeah.
Okay.
And it fits in with what I'm saying, because it's going to be an area of extreme activity at some point and require planning ahead. And it also involves some of the comments you've had about if it's going to have a greater density, it should have a mix. So one would hope it is more than just converting it to housing, because there really will be a density there, a greater density. It's very likely. And it will involve other facilities as well, So I'm making a comment now that I don't know how we would be involved in this. Certainly PTC is involved, should be involved in it. Will they be involved in it? You know, is there? are there-
Absolutely.
Yes, any zoning changes require PTC and then council approval, PTC recommendation, so.
So, you know, as that happens, you know, you two should be well aware. It's something to keep your eye on as something that our board might want to make comments about.
Okay, I move that we approve the work plan as it is in front of us.
I'll second.
Take a vote.
Vice Chair Bovee,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Off of that one.
Can we get a
Can we take
5-minute
a
break for some
10-minute break?
coffee?
Oh, we,
5-10
Chair
minute break?
Hirsch,
yes,
would you mind a 5-minute break for some coffee?
sure.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
like
I
that.
need
5 or
one
10.
too. Okay, so we're back in session here. We're going to be doing SB 9 continuing discussion. And at this point, hopefully the full board is here. And Peter, why don't you explain what your position will be?
So I'd like to explain that I do not intend to recuse myself further on this matter. Previously, I had, out of concern that projects I had would benefit from SB 9 regulations. With more study, I've realized that I do not have any financial benefit or impact from what these regulations might be now or in the future. And on further study, I've realized that my input on this might be quite valuable and important. And so I'm negligent in not taking part, actually. So I would like to not be recused on this item today. Thank you.
Okay, so we're a full board on this. And to get into the discussion, let's see. Amy and, yeah, so let's see. Do you have additional staff comments?
So we don't have another presentation. We're just going to continue from last time. At the last hearing, I think we went over in detail, in particular, items related to massing. I think we definitely heard the board's comments with respect to that, especially with respect to daylight plane and setbacks. So I know that was a really key item. I don't know if maybe we can move on to, there was some questions in particular related to, I think, site planning and maybe some privacy requirements as well. Recommend maybe focusing on some of those items to start this off.
If you don't.
Sorry, and I'm sorry, Amy French, Chief
Amy
Planning
French, yeah.
Official, is joining virtually.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to, because I wanted to mention something about this item, and thanks for the introduction, Claire. One thing is that the board was covering some of this stuff in the last item, but there may not have been folks from the public focused on a work plan item, and they might need to hear some of that here. So I'm going to say that this is the second meeting study session continuation from March 16th, which was item 2 on March 16th. Staff intends to convene a group of stakeholders in the coming months to ensure sufficient feedback from the community. We are also planning to review the SB 9 projects that have been submitted through our process to date, as council had requested. Staff provide case studies and study those cases. When we do come back eventually to council, we're intending to go through what lessons learned and consider some potential refinements to these standards. And just also to note, the city council will be reviewing the permanent ordinance that references the objective standards, as Claire noted in the last item on work plan. These are standards that can be modified even after the ordinance is approved by council to reference these standards. So again, as Claire noted, there are legislative sessions at the state. In the fall, we anticipate adoption, and this is noted in the staff report that you have for today's meeting, that we are going to be expecting some changes, some further changes related to SB 9 legislation. So with that, I'll let Claire take over the helm again. Thank you, Claire.
I don't have anything else specifically to know if you want to.
Yes, well, I would like to have a little clarity about when things would happen. In other words, suppose we have concerns, items that we mentioned either today or have mentioned within the minutes of the meeting we had, and noted in the actually in the staff report. Whether those will be responded to specifically, or what is your plan?
The plan is noted as we intend to convene some focus group of architects in particular, and we can have a representative of the ARB. And then as far as responses to your comments thus far, there's no plan to come back in the next couple of months with full responses to your comments. We're gathering comments and we'll continue to gather comments. When we launch into this discussion and analysis, we'll certainly loop back with the ARB on all of that. And we'll let you know what our plan is. Thanks.
So what you're saying is that if there are points of view that we have at this time, there's really no intention to alter the document as presented to us. Is that right?
We aren't planning on coming back in the next month to say how we're going to amend the document with just the ARB comments. As Claire noted in the last item, the plan is to gather more feedback, including feedback from the Planning and Transportation Commission on the standards themselves. So it will be several months process. It's not going to be a quick turnaround on responses to the comments by the ARB. Hopefully that's clear.
Okay.
And I just to add to that, I think the intent would be that we would be then taking that feedback, drafting draft changes before we come back based on the feedback.
Based on the feedback so far. By
Based
us.
on the feedback from the Architectural Review
Yeah.
Board,
Yeah.
focus groups that we do, and the Planning Commission.
And we're
Okay.
hoping
We're not
that
going to be doing an interim of just the Architectural Review Board's comments.
Okay.
and so this will include the comments today that are made. And because it's a continued study session, if there's any members of the public to comment and any further comments by the ARB, we're compiling that. And of course, we have minutes, verbatim minutes of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Are there any public members who have come to voice opinions now?
No, there's no raised hands on Zoom or in-person
Okay.
speakers.
I'd like to present this kind of informational slideshow that I put together now,
Is this for SB9 or?
SB9.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't
the
realize.
SB9.
Is this going over the stuff on packet page 22?
Yeah, it's part of it. Could we put it up?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Are you, because last time you said you didn't want to have staff present. Are you asking for us to bring up the slideshow from the March 16th meeting? Any particular?
No,
No,
he wants
no,
to bring
I'm
up
not.
his
I have
own
You
slideshow.
have your own deck, got it.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. So I focused on just 4 issues just to keep the board kind of focused because, you know, that we get to these kind of presentations and they're very large, very number of items to see. So I just focused on 4 items. So could you score up here? So just to refer back to kind of the minutes and what we discussed as a board, the contextual slide massing setbacks. You can read through on this item. This is what was 1.5 B is from 1.5, the description. And then there was a comment made. I think I have to give you credit for the comment because I found it so interesting to read it, Kendra. That when you allow the daylight plane to be the ruling factor instead of the setbacks, the goal of and I put in the respecting your neighbors and not being an imposition on the massing or hogging daylight and wind is achieved. The daylight plane is highly effective in this, and the volume of the new structure should be enough. That is to say, enough for the applicant to get the program into their building. Additional restrictions can cause a lot more issues than it's worth, and it doesn't benefit anybody and penalizes the new homeowner going with a daylight plane. Go with a daylight plane and call it a day. A couple of people, actually, Ozma, I think you used call it a day as well in your response. And I found that to be significantly important and something which I would like us to focus on today, you know, as an item. Okay, so now we can move down. So the common opinion of the ARB, by the way, on that was pretty unanimous, I would say, of all the 4 people who were in the meeting. And the setback next to single-story homes, contextual front massing setback where a home on an abutting lot across a side lot line is a single story or has a second floor area less than 500 square feet. A proposed structure shall have a 1-story building volume at least 15 feet wide and 15 feet deep at the front side of the house set forward of any second floor street facing wall plane. This is a pretty significant item here. I'm saying here it's too restrictive. The neighboring house should not, if it's on one side of the lot, after all, dictate the project planning form or required minimum size. And you can go down to the next slide. Thanks. So this is a sample. I have to apologize for the larger house, which doesn't do exactly what I would say would be necessary, but it's an illustration of what one could do basically to provide a massing of a house. Let's say the house on the right is the new house and the existing 1-story house is the one kind of on the left, happens to be on my block. And it steps back the volume. You can see how it does that. It steps back the volume. It has a deck. You know, if I were designing it, I would probably carry the deck around the corner. I would do something else with the massing of the above it, maybe step it back as well. But I'm pointing out that this is an opportunity where you could just take a mass of a new building and alter it within the framework of the massing itself, rather than extending forward. So to have an exclusive front projecting element that becomes part of these objective standards really is a very limiting factor. So I'm bringing this to everyone's attention, to our board, and to you who frame this new piece of administrative work there, that there are many ways to, I don't want to make that adage to the cat, whatever, to take care of something like this and to be exclusively talking about massing an element that comes forward as it is written in the text is questionable, and I'd like our board to discuss this as one item. And there's one other more, there's 2 other more.
Can I
To the next
clarify a
one?
question on this one?
Hmm?
I have a clarification question.
Yes, go ahead.
So this one's referring to 1.5A,
Mhm.
which says that the proposed structure shall have a 1-story building volume at least 15 foot wide, 15 foot deep at the front side of the house set forward of any second floor street facing wall plane.
Yes.
So does that mean, I mean, I think I read that as the second floor wouldn't come forward. It would be the first floor element that would come forward.
Yes,
So this picture isn't representative of what is in the standard. Is that right?
not at all.
And you're saying that this picture should be permitted? Because this
Yes.
picture wouldn't be permitted for
Yes.
the standard. Okay. Just
Yes.
clarifying. Thanks.
Correct. Thank you. That's good. I'm glad you clarified it. So the next item, single-story building forms, at least one single-story building form, including garages with dimensions of no greater than 16 feet in height, no less than 8 feet depth, and no less than 12 feet in width, shall be placed on each street-facing building side. Location shall be either fully forward of the second floor wall or partially forward or aligned with a second floor's wall face if 1 story is at the building corner. So these examples that I'm going to show you are really all different housing elements, housing pieces that are in my neighborhood, generally speaking, the better part of my neighborhood, the one on the left, and my part of the neighborhood, the one on the right. There are a number of different forms: a flat form faced building, a building that has these kind of projections, but they are higher than and not exactly describing what the regulation states. A very small entry, which would affect the entry requirements that are stated later on in it. Let's keep going then. The next one. Here's, these are kind of typical houses in Palo Alto. The entry form is a recess. The other forms are reasonable, even if, you don't choose to do this kind of design. They're not an unreasonable amount of extensions of an upper floor forward of the wall, front of the building. It's just an interesting massing. The entry to the house on the right, once again, the entry is smaller than the entry requirements in the code that you've written there. The symmetrical element of this is kind of standard to some areas where there is a center entry. And the forms, again, the entry against the flat face of the building is not an unreasonable idea as a modulation of the house. Go to the next one, please. And this one, which is a narrow, very tall special entry to the left of the car. I want to note just at the time that we have in the code that's in the writing, you have an 18-foot wide entry to driveway, and I'm wondering if that should be questioned, because if you have an 18-foot wide, what you're going to get is two cars sitting in the driveway pretty much all the time, and this will lead to that kind of a look throughout Palo Alto. But I'm in particular on the project on the left, there's a very interesting mix of forms that are all similar to each other with those peaked roofs. The one on the right is, I threw in one sort of modern look, which is a garage door and a garage in front part of the lot. I'm not quite sure how that would fit the present day zoning. I think it probably isn't allowed, but it's a very interesting way of getting the car into the garage immediately and putting the house behind it. I'm not sure what that would look like on the entire street front if everybody did that. But so these are a number of examples that are worth thinking about relative to some of the codes that are described. So let's go on to the last one then. That's the third. So the entry type, contextual porch entries. If a porch or roofed street facing porches, posts, columns, and more than 3 feet deep occur at least 50% of the homes on the block, counting only homes on the subject lot side of the street, the proposed house shall include a street facing porch no less than 6 feet deep and 8 feet wide. Well, I guess the porch idea is okay, but is it required? I think, and knowing and having worked in New York on a district that became a landmark in the city of New York, that it was required that it go through that kind of procedure before this became a requirement. So now this sets up the fact that if 50% of the houses on a block are of a certain design, everyone who then builds a house must build it according to that standard. Or if the lot next to the one that's being proposed happens to have a new plan, will that require there? This is, I think, requires a administrative decision that creates a zone specific to that particular block. So I'm done with this presentation. I just want to point out to our board here that these, to me, are very important decisions, and I don't think they're appropriately addressed in what we're studying today. So we could go to the study now.
If I may make just a few comments of things I kind of noted during the presentation. With respect to this last item, making a change like this doesn't require an administrative change. I mean, I respect your opinions regarding that, but we can have an objective standard. It's not a requirement. The IR guidelines that were the basis for coming up with these objective standards, one of the key elements of that is looking at the context of the neighborhood and how these projects or buildings fit in with the context of the neighborhood. And so the idea of that specific code or specific objective standard related to the IR guidelines with respect to kind of what the neighborhood looks like and coming up with that concept. We're open to your opinions about that, but that was kind of the background of where that came from. We have similar regulations in our code that have been in our code for years and years about contextual garage placement and contextual setbacks. So similar types of standards that apply in our code to single family residential projects. Just speaking in general to the what we're going to and I think I would respectfully say that it seemed like the last study session, we really focused on kind of the concerns with the step backs and maybe looking to the daylight plane a little bit more instead of having these additional standards of setbacks to regulate the massing of these buildings. And so, I know we talked about it extensively and the concerns that the board had, which it seemed like there was a strong consensus on that there needed to be some changes related to that. Staff heard those comments. And so I understand that those are kind of like the key ones that are coming up for you, but I also don't want that to be the only thing that gets discussed. So, I'll turn it back to you guys to kind of decide what you want to talk about, but I would just note that I think we have heard those comments and those concerns, which were echoed again in the items that were listed by Chair Hirsch and Board Member Chen on kind of their key concerns and how it relates to adjacent residences. So, I foresee that we've kind of already heard that and anticipate thinking about how we can make some changes to address those concerns.
Just in response to your response. What I heard from Ms. French, it was that there's really going to be no changes made as this goes out. I think there need to be some changes made prior to it going out. I can't speak for anybody other than myself on the board, except that looking at this regulation, I find it would be a mistake for us to send it out by itself without our comment that things ought to be changed. So specifically the one that I'm, the daylight plane would be the first one, which I would think is the most significant.
Chair, I have a question
Yeah.
about what you just said. That's not exactly what I heard Ms. French say. I heard that they are collecting comments, not just from us, but from everybody right now, and that they do intend to make changes once they collect comments from everyone.
Yeah, so if I can just clarify. So when you say go out, right now, these are already in our code, and all that we're doing right now is making the ordinance not an interim ordinance, a final ordinance, so that it remains in our code. The director has the authority under that ordinance as it's written right now to make changes at any point in time to these objective standards. But we anticipate doing a single kind of thorough change once we've done a more thorough study from focus groups and ARB and PTC on what kind of changes should be made.
Okay, so there could be an alternate thought about this. And that could be that ARB comments could be placed in the presentation to others to show where there are differences between what is written and what is in the board, from the board. And just say comment by, and then it's submitted to others for their consideration.
Submitted to others, meaning during the focus groups?
Yeah.
So- Sure, I mean, we can do a summary of what we heard from the Architectural Review Board as part of that.
Okay. So that's preliminary to what our discussion is. And then I really want to open it up to other people to comment on, of our board here, to comment on both what I just presented for those 4 items and generally what you read in this SB 9 document.
I mean, I guess going back to Claire, the goal of this session that we're having right now is to review what is written as an interim set of rules for SB 9 and to make changes. That's sort of the goal here, right? Is to go through these item by item and make sure that we're implementing what we think is the most appropriate path forward. Isn't that correct?
So it's interim right now. It's going to be finalized. We anticipate that it's going to be, continuing to be in the ordinance because we need to get that to council immediately to allow it to remain in the code. Otherwise, it's going to sunset.
Got it. I mean, I guess just going back to Chair Hirsch's point is, before this gets finalized, shouldn't we get these changes in? Shouldn't that, I mean, if this is the process, and Amy, I see you got your hand up over there. So like, I guess that's my clarification question is what's the path of this and what's the timing?
Okay, I will clarify.
Thank
So
you.
May 15th, we go to council with the ordinance itself. The ordinance will allow us to continue to have objective standards that we use rather than having it be like the Wild West, just we allow anything, right? So, and what we're allowing through the objective standards is the standards that you see, right? So we continue on May 16th to use these same standards we have in place. As time goes on, as we pull in all of the comments and we have case studies this year, 2023, we will refine the objective standards in, strike out and underline format and bring them back. Now, we can bring them back with the ARB comments and share those with the focus group as part of that process. And then, collect additional comments and bring, further concepts and alternatives forward to the Planning and Transportation Commission. In the end, though, those don't need to be codified in a code. They're a separate document that's referred to, kind of like the individual review guidelines are referred to in our zoning code that says we have the ability to modify those. And so it's a similar thing. And again, like we said at the beginning or in the last session, we anticipate other items that are unrelated to what the ARB is bringing up now because we have new legislation coming down the pike. We might have to look at how we, what kind of things we impose on one-story homes related to what we do for the SB 9 regulations. So, and make those all equal. We'll see. We don't have prescriptive right now on what we're going to do there. So we're giving it a pause, collecting comments like, and we'll pull those things together and consider the state law as well.
Got it. But just for clarification, again, just to really make sure that we and fully as a board, and maybe I'm the only person that's needing this clarification, but I'm hoping that I'm helping to elucidate this for my fellow board members as well. The goal of today is to make sure that we are basically approving this so that May 15th, this can continue.
No, the goal of today is to receive some feedback, to finish the session. So we finish the initial feedback you're giving us so that we can go to our next step, which is unrelated to the 15th, which is to collect further comments in the next several months.
Got
The
it.
thing that's going to council is just the zoning code that refers to, using objective standards so that we can continue using objective standards.
I apologize. I'm really sort of struggling here because it feels like if we want the edits to be made, we need to be able to go item by item and make the edits that we think are appropriate. But if there's a May 15th deadline where this is just going to go through and get pushed through as it is just to meet a deadline.
Right.
What am I missing?
Yeah, we're not going to share anything new with the council as far as objective standards themselves.
So none
That-
of our comments will be shared with council on May 15th.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
So
So you can,
this-
if you needed to continue past today to continue more discussions into June and August, that's fine. We're going to
Understood.
continue these conversations.
Got it. Okay, that's what I needed to understand because I'm trying to figure out if we're trying to get this in under the gun for May 15th or if this is really
No.
a longer term ongoing conversation of item by item, which items we're trying to tackle here.
Yes.
Okay. Did that help anybody else on the board? Hopefully.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay.
I think,
So what you're submitting to council for approval does not include all of the items as you described them in the book that we got last week?
Correct. The
Okay.
council approved those objective standards in December and in early December 2021 and early 2022. Those will continue until we've come back and made some other changes to the standards themselves. What council is doing is approving a Title 18 permanent ordinance that says we can use objective standards in Palo Alto when we look at SB 9 projects, basically.
Okay. So all of these edits are going to get incorporated at a later date.
Yes,
Over
not
some
to an
time.
ordinance.
Got it. Now, additionally, I think something that might help us at the moment is if we could pull up. So in the previous packet, all of the items were listed sort of bullet point by bullet point. This did not make it into this packet. This is very much a summary. And it just literally says standard 1, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D with 0 descriptions. Can we pull that up so that we
Yes.
can look at it
Yes,
on the
I'm
board
sorry,
together?
that was an
You brought your
oversight.
last packet.
I brought
You
the
did your
last
homework.
packet.
I didn't bring my previous
yeah,
packet.
the last packet had all my notes in it.
I brought
Yeah,
my
exactly. I had all my notes in it
I'm
and
the
I
only one.
Yeah.
looked through this,
Give me
but
one
didn't
second.
think to grab it as I was heading out the door this morning.
The other, I mean, if we're, in future, the diagrams that we looked at the presentation last time are also not in this packet. And so I actually, whenever we get to me, which, I don't mind waiting, but I have a bunch of questions about just looking at some diagrams again. Or if they don't have diagrams, if we can create one for them, because
Yeah.
some of these,
Yeah.
the way they're written, it's hard to visualize what it's actually saying. So that would be helpful. And I don't know, is that going to be part of the final product, is having diagrams associated with these?
I think it's a great idea. That's a comment. If you would like to suggest that we, in our next iteration of the guidelines themselves, the standards, that we incorporate diagrams, I think that would be a good comment. I will also say I have the presentation that you saw last time at the ready to show if anyone has a certain segment of those you'd like to see. I can pull that up.
Okay. I don't want to go before my turn. I don't know if we want to go to Yingxi first and then go
Well,
down.
I'd like to take a straw poll on just that suggestion, that we need diagrams on many of these items in order to understand them better. Could we do that?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's helpful.
If I could just interject, a lot of the diagrams that could potentially be used, since all of these were based on the individual review objective standards, I believe some of those diagrams are referenced in our existing individual review standards booklet.
You already have, you're saying you have diagrams already on some of them,
For some of them, yes.
so they could be inserted in. Okay, yeah, that's good, but.
So I would agree to
so,
include them in these
to-
ones as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is the thing that was prepared for council that it's called the IR guidelines crosswalk. You can see in parenthetical in the title. That's what this is. It's a crosswalk to the IR guidelines as relates to SB 9 projects.
you people at planning have funny terms. Crosswalks remind me of streets somehow instead of, but okay, I'll accept whatever it means. So it means that it's a partial, it's not a complete piece.
No, it's complete. It's trying to help. It was trying to help the council see that we weren't coming up out of thin air with these things. We were connecting them to each one of the 5 guidelines in the IR guidelines and the key points. So we have this whole chart that relates to the IR guidelines to show how we came up with the SB 9 guidelines.
Specifically, SB 9 does require that our objective design standards are not more restrictive than our existing regulations. So we took our existing subjective regulations for two-story houses and created objective standards based on those. So what the table has is the IR key point, because the individual review guidelines are broken down into 5 topic areas, each of which have a number of key points. And then there's a summary of what that key point is. And then it's how we have translated that into objective standards. Because again, all of these objective standards did need to be based in existing regulations.
Okay, so are you happy with that, Ozma? That you could just insert what you have into the document so we could see how it works at some point. The next time we get together, you'll insert the diagrams into each part of this that you have. Or is it a good idea that we see that sometime sooner than the next time, just to see whether they're, so we have the ability to comment if there are additional items that we think ought to be diagrammed.
I think that ultimately, as staff, we will need to make sure that the objective standards are understandable to the public. And so having something with additional diagrams may be more of an interpretation document. That is definitely something we would want to prepare. But maybe you could recommend that that's a priority for us.
Yeah, okay. What does the board think?
I don't know that that changes our opinion in general. It sounds like we're saying the same thing, that we would like to see diagrams with these standards.
Okay, yeah. Anybody else?
Of course, diagrams make sense.
Agree.
Okay, so generally, I think you have a straw poll at this
There you go.
point that we would definitely like to see diagrams. I want to just throw out one that sort of sticks in my mind. There's one issue where there are trees that are suggested at the perimeter of the site every 25 linear feet. And if you think about some of these lots that are 50 feet wide, and if you have a tree, for example, every 25 feet, 1 or 2 of those trees are going to end up right in the line of the building itself, in the middle of the site. So, it doesn't seem like something that needs a diagram, but it definitely affects planning of housing, et cetera, so where the planting is, I can understand trees in the backyard or trees in the front yard, but if they're trees every 25 feet, it's just an item that I'd just like to see a diagram how that could really work.
Yeah, that is for privacy screening along the interior sides and rear. It does not apply to the front. So
It starts in the front or front yard somewhere, and it's on the property line every 25 feet. So it wouldn't just be in the area of the house itself necessarily. Right?
I'm not completely sure I understand.
Diagram might be helpful here.
Yeah, exactly. Why I'm asking. If it isn't exactly what the wording is, then you don't have to do it. If it's only, then the only discussion is about the trees, what we're talking about, what kind of planting is it?
Chair, I have a
Kendra would
question.
like a certain kind of planting, I know, for privacy.
Chair, I have a question. For this, how would you like us to go through our comments? Are you thinking each board member will go through their
Yes.
priority comments?
Sure.
And then
Of course.
do we discuss them
I just,
at the end?
no,
Or
well,
do we go
let's
through?
go into every board,
or-
every item then.
Usma, I'd almost argue that maybe we should go item by item and
Item
then
by
each
item.
board member can, because that conversation back and forth, I do find invaluable. Like
That's
there
what
are
we did
definitely
last
times.
time.
Yeah. And
I just asked because board member Hirsch or
Yeah.
Chair Hirsch did his spiel.
Lovely
So I don't know if he's
presentation.
expecting
I just
to each do
thought
that?
that one might get lost, so I
Yeah,
decided to put it out there.
And I think we did, although board member Balte wasn't here for the last one. He had recused himself at that time. I believe he's reviewed everything that's fully caught up. So
Yeah.
at this point, I would say let's start where we left off last
Yes.
time instead of being
Or-
repetitive about the
or-
same things that we clearly have issue with. So if we could, again, bring up the
Fine.
items on the board so we
Let's
can
do
all see them.
Do we
And then
remember
can-
where we stopped last time?
We didn't even make it to 2. So I
Okay,
think we were wrapping up the
I can bring it up
standard
if you
ones
want.
items
Yeah.
because there were several
So-
items there, but I'd love to see it on the board so we can all just make sure
Yeah,
we're looking at the
let's
same
do it.
items.
Board
and
Member
also-
Balte have a chance to comment on
Yeah,
the items one?
Fair
So could
point. If
we,
you've got
yeah,
any things to
yeah.
add on item 1, we'd love to hear it.
Let's do it on one.
Well, I don't have it in front of me right, well, here we are, but I wanted to put more of a general comment towards what all of you were saying, that I think the daylight plane type regulation is really well suited for this type of project. Whereas specific setbacks and specific dimensions of single-story massing or required single-story massing adjacent to other single-story houses will prove cumbersome. And really what I worry is it'll produce poor quality design. What I'd like to stress perhaps to the staff is that one important element in an architect's toolbox is the ability to have vertical elements blending with horizontal elements. A vertical element is often a 2-story piece of a building. And to restrict that always to be behind a 1-story piece is really like designing with your hand behind your back. It's hard to put words on that, but it's so important to have the ability to make some things tall. And what we really should be focusing is not on this objective requirement of putting single-story things in front because you're adjacent to them, but rather privacy and compatibility. And so we want to instead come up with ways that allow a 2-story gable end on a house that's just not so wide that it overwhelms the lot or a neighbor, even if it's a 1-story house, rather than just always refusing to allow that. I'm afraid that if you just have single-story elements in the front in a low-lying neighborhood, you'll result in this, I think someone used the word wedding cake type architecture throughout the community. And to me, that's what every spec development out in the Central Valley looks like. When you end up with a 2-car garage with the house set back from it to get that low-lying suburban look. And the reality is that we're going to a denser urban area. That's what these regulations promote. And restricting verticality in the design is a really bad idea. So we want to focus the regulations not on the physical mass, but rather on the privacy and compatibility impacts. So that's my big picture comment looking at all this.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. And just to sort of piggyback on that, I literally wrote aesthetic context and compatibility versus privacy and impact compatibility. And I feel like my overall critique of these standards is that while the IR has good elements for large new housing projects, it doesn't work in the scale and context of an SB9 where we will be dealing with, not all of them, but we will be dealing with very tight property lines, very small cottages, things like that. And I think the goal overarching should be less focused on the aesthetic and trying to control the design and the sort of language of the architecture in that way, and really focusing on how to be a good neighbor, how to make sure that you're allowing for sun and airflow and privacy. And it's really that impact on your neighbor and on the neighborhood that should be focused on, and a little bit less on the aesthetics. I mean, they're talking about porches, they're talking about heights in the front, and it's a streetscape item versus side to side neighbors or backyard neighbors, where when we're talking about SB9 and then all of a sudden having these ADUs built 4 feet from the property line, that's a far greater concern to me, that you are now 4 feet from your neighbor rather than having a front porch. So I think that some of my overarching issue with these guidelines as they are written today is they focus too much on the looks and not enough on the function, given greater priority. At least that's my 2 cents on it. So
I support the notion of using daylight planes as a massing regulation and not using the other regulations in these sections, things like 1-story elements with specific dimensions. A daylight plane in and of itself is a wonderful tool for privacy and sun blocking, I suppose, wind. And it's quite a good design restriction to use. What you might do is consider putting exemptions to the daylight plane for small amounts, the way the IR does now. Say no more than 12 or 14 feet wide, you can go up to an additional, I think it's 24 feet in the code right now, something like that. again, that allows the two-story verticality, but it limits the impact on neighbors because it's small. That comes directly out of the way the code is written now, but things like that would be really, I think, more beneficial.
So shall we go item by item here then? Can we do that?
Yeah, I think if you scroll down a little farther, I think we were getting close to item number 2. So we'd covered garages and carports, landscape screening. We talked about that planting strip. We talked about setbacks, setbacks
So
next to single-story homes.
Can I interrupt for just a
Please.
moment? Because you had mentioned just now the 18-foot driveway. And I know we had
On which one?
number 1.1.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on driveways, and I know that.
I think we already talked about that, right?
We talked about it last time, so I don't want to sort of reiterate too much, but the one comment I would like to make is that the more we have a driveway, the more the cars are parked off the street. When cars are off the street, it's more compatible with biking. So as much as we don't want those ticky-tack houses where it's like 2 cars in every driveway for, the entire stretch of a block. If you've got no driveway to park in, you're going to park on the street. And then the bikes are going to have to maneuver around the cars. And then it's just going to be that much more crowded and cluttered on the streetscape itself. So I'm a fan of driveways, but that's a personal opinion. And a part of it is just balancing the aesthetics of the houses versus whether the functionality of the bike lanes is good. I mean, I live over in Southside Palo Alto, and there's streets where the bike lane is in the road. Like you and the bikes are right in front of each other, nose to tail, because there is no bike lane because they're using that street as parking. And I hate that. Really, the bike lane should be given their own space. So again, this is neighborhood by neighborhood, street by street. So I don't want to get into it too much, but I hate the over restrictions on driveways. I think people should be allowed to park their cars in their own driveway. So.
Yeah, I would support the idea of create more off-street parking, because when thinking about the regular single-story development compared to the SB9, I think the major difference is because SD9 could have higher density, and then what would impact the community would be, one is the parking issue, and the other is the privacy, both between this maybe potentially 4 units and to their adjacent lots. So I think these are the 2 major issues we need to address.
Maybe have a slightly different opinion on driveways. I didn't want to open the driveway can of worms, but I think in general, the trend is towards having less car ownership and having less cars on the street in general. And so, the nice thing about having less driveways is that you get more building frontage, eyes on the street. If cars are on the street, there's also eyes on the street. So I think there is a benefit to not necessarily making driveways huge. So I don't really have an issue with the way it's written right now.
And it does say it wants to encourage shared driveways. And I think specifically for SB9, absolutely. Like encouraging a shared driveway. But again, it's one of those things versus penalizing to prevent something versus incentivizing to encourage something. And I think that's sort of something that I don't think we can solve for today. But I think to incentivize and encourage a shared driveway is definitely a direction we would want to go. I just hate to say you're not allowed to have a 2-car driveway, because then people will put in the bare minimum, and then you'll have an overflow of parking on the street, especially when all of a sudden what single family lot is now 4 families. I mean, that's a 4x increase in cars. If each family has 2 cars, the math on that does not pan out for what's going to fit on the curbside parking. So I don't think it can be ignored, but I also think that incentivizing to encourage shared driveways and responsible parking is the direction we should be focusing this on.
Isn't 18 feet a 2-car driveway?
Yes.
Right.
So what's wrong with this statement, 18-foot maximum?
Also, it is only within the front setback. Once you get past the 20 feet, you can widen it to whatever width can be accommodated on the site.
I guess I'm hearing different things. I'm unclear if the issue that was originally raised was that it's too wide, or if we're saying that it's too narrow. I would say I can't foresee us narrowing it beyond 18 feet because there are going to be people who want a 2-car garage. And so therefore you'd have a 2-car driveway leading to the 2-car garage. The current standard is a 20-foot maximum in the code. So this was a slight reduction from that.
Right, a slight reduction from 20 feet to 18 feet. And I guess I don't necessarily have an argument with that. I believe I was responding to some comments that we're going to be encouraging reducing that even farther and trying to require single cars, but I might be misremembering. So the way that it's written on the screen right now, I have no issue with.
I'd encourage us to think hard about the width of the planting strip, however. A 2-foot planting strip is too restrictive in that it just takes up too much space on a very narrow, what will be narrow properties. And I think that should be at most 1 foot. And I would prefer to regulate it by saying you need to have a landscape strip and not give a width to that.
Yeah, I have the same feeling. Actually, that's also part of my comment because I think generally speaking, this SB9 standard should be in line with the IR review. And I couldn't locate the information like the parking strip along the side yard in the IR review. So I don't know why it specifically stated here that the planting strip need to be between the driveway and the interior lot line. I think it's too specific and also it's too wide considering maybe there would be a shared driveway between the front units and rear unit, and plus the 2 feet planting strip, it just make the buildable area too narrow.
So this is also a case where the shared driveway would be incentivized because then they wouldn't need to separate those driveways. There would be one driveway along that shared interior lot line, and then compared to if the driveways are aligned with the outside sides of the house, where the landscaping would be providing separation from the neighboring lots.
Where is the planting strip then? It's on the property line? Is that what you're saying? But it is between the front yard and the car area, or between the car area and the property line? Is there a 4-foot strip?
So the intention is that rather than having a driveway directly along a property line, and it may be easier to think of this just on a regular lot rather than one that's being subdivided, because these objective standards do need to be applied for properties that aren't being subdivided as well. Rather than having the driveway go directly up to the property line, there would need to be 2 feet of separation. If the driveway is proposed to be, further from that side setback, then, there would be space for landscaping typically greater than the 2 feet.
At the property line. Okay.
Yeah, I think the idea of the 2 feet wide, it was a standard. There's not a specific thing in the IR guidelines that states an objective standard in terms of width. We've interpreted the guidelines in the past based on the visuals that are provided, that there should be some sort of landscaping in between. I think what I'm hearing from most board members is that maybe 2 feet wide is a little bit too wide. I think the intent of that was to provide sufficient space to actually have a tree grow in that. But I don't know if we have to have trees necessarily in some of the areas. So I think that as we've gone through IR projects, thinking back to some of my projects, there have been projects that have certainly done 1 foot of some sort of landscaping in between. I think that Public Works often wants to have some sort of kind of land, some sort of area along the edges of property lines that provides kind of for runoff. But
Yeah, I'm gonna make a note that we did talk about this a
Yeah.
lot last time.
I don't want to get too hung up on the things that we've already covered and that we clearly have objections to already.
Right.
And we can definitely like look around at neighboring cities, Los Altos and Mountain View in particular, stick out in my mind that they have a lot of areas where you've got two driveways side by side, one on each property. And the only dividing factor is the fence, right? So when you get that water runoff, it's got nowhere to go but the other driveway. And we often like to keep an eye on our water runoffs, make sure we're not impacting our neighbors. So again, arguments can be made on both sides. We're sort of coming down to the fact that we will have a dispute about what the actual size should be. But to Usma's point, we did sort of cover our the notion that we have some comments to be made on this particular width last time. So I want to make sure that we're not sort of circling over the things that we've already circled on last time, and that we do keep looking at the items, the rest of the items on the list, because there are a lot of items to cover still.
So we can say that we hear the comment, it sounds like that 2 feet is too wide. Is that?
Yeah, that was made last time. I know there was also some discussion where I understood the intent was to minimize the view of the carport. So yeah, we don't have to keep going on it. If we want to move on to 2.1, this one was one of those where I think I needed a visual. So I was trying to sketch it out.
Do you guys mind scrolling the screen down to 2.1 so we can all see it? Thank you.
And I don't know if you guys have a visual handy for 2.1.
We don't have a visual, but we have had to be able to summarize these to be more explainable. So for 2.1A specifically, it is saying in cases where the property is adjacent to a single-story home, with kind of this exception that if they have less than 500 square feet on that second floor, we're considering it essentially primarily a one-story home. That when you're looking at the front facade, the upper floor is no greater than half the width of the first floor.
Wedding cake.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to as
Wait,
sorry to say, a bad idea. It's just, it forces the architecture to have a sort of horizontality at their first floor. And on narrow lots, that's just really, really restrictive.
Right. And per David's slideshow, we can see that different architectural styles will just ask for different things, right? So if someone's, again, respecting the daylight plane, I think that this is overly restrictive.
can I think I'm able to annotate on here. So, okay, so this is our property line right here. And then we have whatever, our adjacent one-story thing that's,
How do you do that?
there's an annotation option on our thing on the bottom left. Then it's,
Now I'm curious if it's actually getting recorded, right? I'm genuinely curious if this is getting recorded, but okay, go ahead.
so what I'm seeing here is that if this is your front facade and this is like 50%, so this can be 2 stories and that can be 1 story. Is that right? And this is your street? Is that what it's saying?
Yes, roughly. Yeah.
Yes, except for,
We're doing
we're not
elevation.
necessarily required. So the step backs that you have already discussed potentially wanting to not have move forward do provide some regulation on like where that second story is located relative to the first. So, what you're showing kind of simplified as it being exactly half aligned with the left side, like it can move within that, but
Okay.
the total width.
So
I don't have a
thanks.
panelist link. I could pull
Oh,
up.
and
a
this
picture
is
for-
this 50%?
The idea is, say you have let's just say for ease of, numbers, you have a 50-foot wide first floor, you could have a 20-foot wide second floor facing the frontage.
So what I'd suggest is to do 2 things. One is to not make it contingent upon the neighbor's house. And 2 is just to say 2-story elements cannot be more than 50% of the width of the property. And leave it at that. So a
The width of
30-foot
the
lot can have a
property or
50
the building?
the property,
The first floor or like the property to property line?
the property to property line.
yeah.
50-foot width can have no more than 25-foot 2-story element at the front of the property.
I think that makes sense because again, if you wanted to build an Italian style where it's a single facade and it's, doing that, you could build it, vertically as a box, but because you've come in so far on the sides, you're not impacting your neighbor.
Yeah.
That
You
makes
still
sense.
have whatever daylight plane
Mhm.
restrictions and setbacks, and maybe 50% is the wrong number. Maybe you do measure to the setbacks, but just something that sort of says the 2-story element cannot be entire width of the buildable area, I think is a better regulation. And it seems odd to me that you would restrict it based on the neighbor, and the neighbors change.
Yep.
And then I guess the verbiage here, it says no greater than 50% of the front facade's visible wall area on the first floor. What does that mean, visible wall area? Is that
Okay,
just
no,
like,
That's pretty fancy.
is that just the facade in general? Or is there parts, is it saying that if it's set back, then it's not visible?
That's what you call a loophole.
So I think that the fact that it
don't
says
understand.
visible wall area, but then does clarify that porches are counted, does ultimately make this the full facade width or the full house width.
How I had somebody at the counter asking about this, and the way I interpreted that was it was thinking about that term wall when they asked about, what does that mean in terms of what I can do on the second floor? There was a question of kind of, could we have a kind of balcony coming off the side that's not a wall, maybe as some sort of like wrought iron or, something along those lines? Would that count as the visible wall width? So when we were interpreting it over the counter, I said, I wouldn't consider something that doesn't kind of contribute as much to the massing to be visible wall width. So I'm not sure. I wasn't part of writing these guidelines, but in terms of that language and how we've been thinking about it, that was one thing that kind of came up.
Okay. I think that's helpful.
Hosma, you jumped right over 1.3E.
Did I jump over it because we already talked about it last time?
Yeah, I think we talked quite a bit about that last time, so I think we can go back to
They
those
have our
meeting
notes from
minutes.
last time, so I
Yeah.
don't want to waste.
Don't want to
More
have
time.
Peter out of this loop here either.
No, I'm comfortable proceeding. I've read everything everybody said, I agree with stuff. I made my comment on all that.
Okay, and I would support not basing it off of the neighbor as well. I have a question on 2.2, if we want to keep going. So 2.2C defines, it says second floor wall plate height. And I didn't understand what a wall plate height was. Is there clear? It says interior wall height at exterior wall.
They're just talking
Right.
about where the vertical wall meets the roof.
It's the top of the wall structure.
Yeah, so it's a floor to ceiling height. And it's referencing so it's the interior wall height measured at the exterior wall in case you have a vaulted ceiling.
Sorry, can someone, just do a diagram for me, please?
Yeah.
That's your wall plate height?
You should not have taught me how to draw on this thing.
Mhm.
This is, to me, this is exactly, again, where a daylight plane is just a better regulation.
Agree.
It's really tough for an architect to fix what the height of a wall plate is. And you're constantly adjusting that to meet daylight requirements anyway, and that's the objective. It's not to make the interior of houses certain heights and bedrooms, but rather preserve compatibility and privacy.
So 2.1A is a similar issue. If you're percent of the front facade visible wall, you'd be allowed to go up to two-story height, but you're only allowed to have 50% of the front wall. How is that determined? Why would you determine it limited to 50%?
So this is because the purpose of 2.1A is specifically to consider the impact of a two-story house adjacent to a one-story house. And so the intent is to limit the width of the second floor so as not to overwhelm the neighborhood. And so, you know, in our practice of implementing the individual review guidelines over the last several years, it's typically been interpreted that having more of a boxy style house with two-story wall planes is not preferred directly adjacent to one-story houses. And so obviously this is being in contrast to more of a two-story context neighborhood where that can fit in better. And so for 2.1A specifically, this only applies when it is adjacent to a one-story house or a house with a similarly small second-story footprint. And so it is requiring that a two-story house adjacent to a one-story also has a reduced second-story footprint.
So just in response to my own house, the form of the house is wider than the requirement would allow in the front. However, the side of the house relative to the neighbor, which was a one-story house originally and is now a two-story house, followed the daylight plane. So I was required to reduce the house at that point to maximize the daylight plane or to relate to the daylight plane. Yes, it's boxy. It's a boxy modern house. And therefore you're saying such a boxy modern house isn't really allowable here. You know, I think it eliminates more than it ought to, you know, by that restriction.
Yeah, I mean, all of our interpretations are based on input from the neighbors. So, you know, we definitely welcome your feedback. And I don't necessarily disagree with any of your individual points, but, you know, I can't explain more of why we currently have things the way that they are, but I do think it would be kind of a better use of time to just continue taking your comments down rather than having too much back and forth.
Well, once again, it's the daylight plane should be the requiring volume maker of the house itself.
I have a question on 2.2A. Says the finished first floor level should not be more than 18 inches above existing grade in Eichler tracts. And the finished floor level shall not be more than 12 inches above existing grade. And then in a flood zone, the first floor level may be set at the minimum allowed above grade to meet code requirements. I guess I had a question on that one, especially in the flood zones. What's the thinking in terms of not letting that be higher? It seems like it can't be, there's a sort of restriction on making those homes a little higher. assuming that those flood numbers might change and maybe they'll increase. So I don't know if you don't want to answer, that's okay too.
Yeah, our intent was to, so the exact wording is that it may be set at the minimum allowed above grade to meet code requirements. And so that is non-prescriptive in case they change in the future. And in all cases, the proposed house would be allowed to build at the code requirement for a flood zone. In terms of being above what that minimum is, in some of these neighborhoods, it might be 4.5 feet above existing grade. And again, when just looking at the context between an existing one-story home, particularly, if it's in an Eichler tract and a flood zone, maybe you have an 8.5 foot tall house next to something where just to be out of the flood zone, you're 4.5 feet up, and then have a house on top of that. It's just to help balance that.
I think I understand your point though, and I will say that there are some areas of the city that, particularly out towards the Baylands, that FEMA is looking at potential map changes to increase the height. So I'm not sure how many single family residential areas, but for example, 2850 West Bayshore did design their buildings based on the expected changes to the FEMA map regulations, because they didn't want to have to come back and say, now we have to suddenly do 6 inches more. So I think I get the, going back to your original point, I think I could see your point about, somebody maybe wanting to design their home to be a little bit taller in case those FEMA map changes, come forth. I think generally we are looking to try and minimize the starting point of the height to try and minimize the overall massing of the project. But maybe there can be kind of some additional language worked into this to think about that potential change and accommodation.
When you say Eichler tract, do you mean communities that have a single story overlay that restricts that? Or is it just houses of a certain architectural style?
Okay, I was just going to say we have adopted Eichler guidelines, and that Eichler guideline document includes a map of our recognized Eichler neighborhoods. I'll need to look into if we do a sufficient job referencing that document in this document, but that is what that is referring to.
So those Eichler neighborhoods are not necessarily single-story overlay neighborhoods.
Correct. Yeah, only some of them are.
Yeah, so to my colleagues, that brings up this inherent contradiction in Palo Alto that if a neighborhood wants to preserve single-story Eichler aesthetics, then they can always get a single-story overlay put if I think it's 3/4 of the neighbors agree. And that preserves that character of the neighborhood. There's been an enormous amount of conflict over the years with neighborhoods that don't want to do that. People want to then build a 2-story home, and clearly you have this compatibility issue with a 25-foot building next to an 8.5-foot building. As we do these SB 9 regulations, that's going to become more and more of an issue because we'll have more density. But I think the way we're writing it now is necessarily too restrictive. And I suggest that a better way to say not Eichler tracts, but rather single-story overlay neighborhoods. People with an Eichler tract where they want to preserve that should then create a single-story overlay to get that protection.
That's not related to this 2.2A, right?
It sure is. That's the first thing it says, Eichler tract roof types.
2.1C.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I was looking at 2.2A.
Yeah, 2.1C.
But 2.2A also says in Eichler tracts.
There's
that's just
several
about the-
references throughout. There's at one time I counted how many references to Eichler tracts there were in here. There are several. So if you want to just address it as one
But
single comment.
I don't think they can be addressed as one, because there's some cases where it doesn't matter. It's not talking about a second story. Like there's one about porches, and I think maybe it was one David brought up about percentage of porches on a street, and that in an Eichler style building, you wouldn't have a porch. You'd have a recessed courtyard at the entry, and that can serve as the porch, but that doesn't have anything to do with it being single story necessarily.
Yeah, I guess my comment is more general than 2 stories. It's rather referring to the Eichler neighborhoods we have in town. There's a large number of people who live there who feels, I guess you live in one of these houses, that they want to preserve that architectural style, and therefore their neighborhood all should have these low-lying horizontal homes. As you chop a lot in half, that is impossible. You can't fit the square footage without going vertical. It seems to me that a better approach is to define more carefully what these neighborhoods are. So either you can get a single story overlay, or you could at this point make it a historic district. If this architectural style is that important, let's make it historic. And then we already have baked into the SB9 regulations protections for that.
But what if, what if there are Eichler neighborhoods? Because in my neighborhood, we do have a number of second story additions. Some of them are really nicely done. They're very sensitive to the neighborhood. They're set back to the point where it doesn't compromise the character of the style. Also, like the eaves, are sort of in congruence with the building. And so I feel like I don't want to exclude Eichlers that are doing second stories or that would have permit second stories in their neighborhood.
You just imagine those additions you're talking about on lots that are half that size. It just gets that much more difficult. It's already a significant design challenge to put a second story addition on an Eichler successfully. I've done it. It's hard. To do it now with a narrow lot, it's just doubly difficult. And I think we're trying to set up standards that both allow these things, but also make it easy and successful. And if we bake into this rule protections for Eichler style architecture, we're basically making it really hard to develop these under SB9.
I'm not sure I follow. So are you saying that we would exclude Eichler tract homes, or at least not give special attention to them in these standards?
That's right. Yeah. I think we should give special attention to buildings that have single story overlay zoning, which is an established thing, or buildings in historic districts, which is already there. If I have a 30-foot lot and I have to do an Eichler style building, I'm going to want to put a 2-story mass of some kind as an offset to that horizontal element, either a staircase or maybe a bedroom over a living room. That's not allowed under these type of guidelines. This won't be possible.
Why not?
Well, because it's a 2-story mass. It's too tall.
But if it's less than 50% and it follows.
But these other things overruled that, don't they? Yes.
I think that's a question mark. I don't know.
Just pointing out that these are the kind of questions we're going to struggle with, that architects will struggle with as we go through with it. And I've noticed that the Eichler neighborhoods are doubly restrictive for new development that doesn't conform to that aesthetic.
Okay.
Not to jump ahead, but I do want to sort of address the next ones on the list is the 2.2B, 2.2C. Those 2 items, again, it's sort of tying back into some of the previous conversations about there being really restrictive about how tall your ceilings are allowed to be. So for example, with 2.2B, that the height from finished floor to second floor shall not be more than 10 feet, 6 inches. I mean, this is so dependent on the structure you're using. If you're using truss systems between floors, you might want a 24-inch truss system, and then you're restricted to having an 8'6" first floor, right? So there's some of these ones where it's an inside issue, like it's inside the house, doesn't affect the neighbor, doesn't affect the outside. I feel like all of these, when it's inside that volume and that mass, just need to be scrapped.
Just rely on the daylight plane.
Do we want to talk about parapet heights as that relates to the daylight plane?
Same comment.
Yeah.
Sorry, which one was the same comment?
2.2B.
2.2D.
Oh,
D.
Oh, 2D. Okay.
2D. Okay, parapet height.
And the comment was that we should scrap it or?
Scrap it and rely on the daylight plane. I mean, because imagine that you want to put a parapet wall to hide a rooftop AC unit, right? As long as it's within the daylight plane, what does it matter if it's 1 foot above the roof plane or if it's 3 feet above the roof plane to hide that AC unit? Right? With this entire series of these nitpicky little items is really being very restrictive to already very restrictive items, when there is a very straightforward solution, which is respect the daylight plane. And then if we want to discuss which items can puncture the daylight plane, like maybe we allow for exceptions for a chimney, right? Maybe it's a TV antenna, maybe it's a dormer here or there, right? But again, I think the overarching guideline for a lot of these items should be daylight plane. So 2.2B, I don't think should be on there at all. 2.2C, I don't think should be on there at all. 2.2D, again, just refer to the daylight plane.
Ditto.
Ditto.
Okay, should we go down? My next comment was on 2.5. Did anybody have anything on 2.3 and 2.4? Okay, so 2.5 says at least one single-story building form, excluding garages, with dimensions no greater than 16 feet in height, no less than 8 feet in depth, and no less than 12 feet in depth, shall be placed on each street-facing building side. And then within mapped Eichler tracts, a garage may serve as this form. So if it's not an Eichler, it can't be a garage. So I guess we sketch this one out. So I'm kind of seeing this as like, if this is my building, then you want like a little pop out in front.
At minimum, it needs to be a pop out. It could also be the full width of the first story.
So it's an 8-foot pop out. That's 8 by 12.
But this is.
Mhm. Yeah, there you go.
This seems to require the pop out, Esma. You don't have a choice. You have to have a pop out on your house.
Right.
So I'm gonna,
8 feet
Why?
in depth at least. I think this was one of the items that was raised in Chair Hirsch's comments, and he gave a couple visuals of projects that might not meet this, but
is this coming out of the IR guidelines? I don't recall seeing this kind of thing.
So the IR guideline is on the left. This is that's the IR guideline.
Yeah, so the IR guideline is saying if you have smaller volumes, do them this way. But this one seems to say you have to have this.
I feel like it might be objective enough to say to locate smaller volumes in front of larger volumes. If that's the guideline, that's pretty objective, right?
I agree. And requiring these sort of sizes, again, going back to Chair Hirsch's showing of some of his photos he showed, one of those very pretty ones was sort of that cottagey look with the very steep slopes, but the pop out there was only 2 feet deep, right? To require an 8-foot depth that has to be 12 feet, it's just over restrictive. It's dictating the architecture in a way that it shouldn't be.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's our comment then. Okay.
So, I mean, this is in our general construction objective standards. There's discussion about modulations of the front of buildings, which really could satisfy something like this. A bay window is a pop out. Pushing the entry back in one of the examples I showed was kind of made the other elements push forward. There's so many different ways one could do something like this to modulate the front of a building and give it scale. So to make this form a single story form isn't helpful to an architect.
Yeah, that's good advice. If you just focus on some sort of stipulation regarding required modulation, it's going to be more successful.
Thank you. I'll take that down as a note. I don't, not to get too far out of order, but guideline or objective standard 4.1A may refer to kind of the idea that you are referring to, where it requires either a large window as a focal point or some type of roofed or trellis porch area.
Could we scroll down and just take a quick look at that and then pop back here? 4.1A, you said?
Yes.
There we go. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Satisfies
That's
me?
good.
Okay. Now back to 2 point something, something.
Yeah, 2.6. So there's an item on unused attic spaces shall not exceed 5 feet in height. That was the question mark. And then 2.6B says no exterior wall shall exceed 22 feet in height as measured from existing grade to eve of parapet. Portions of walls under rakes such as gables or shed roofs may exceed this height. So my original question was, I thought this might be a zoning, like dictated by zoning. But then I see the IR guideline is about avoiding tall wall heights and large unused attic spaces.
Can you please clarify also the difference between an unused attic and a used attic? Like if we're sticking mechanical equipment up there, does it suddenly qualify as used attic and is now a different height limitation? I mean, it keeps saying unused and is there a used version?
It's a good question. The way that we've defined it previously is more, does it count to floor area? So if you have the steep kind of roof and just by the form, you end up having this attic space, as long as it's less than 5 feet in height, we don't count it. In historic buildings, we don't count it regardless. What we've kind of spoken to in terms of unused and used is, does it have a permanent stairwell into it and does it have windows? And we've used those modifiers to help us understand, like, is it going to be used as a room or is it just kind of extra space because you happen to have a roof form that has created this?
Does it matter if this space is conditioned or unconditioned?
If it has a permanent staircase into it, we've counted it toward floor area and count it as used, whether it's conditioned or not conditioned. And I think the reasoning for that is because often people would create it not conditioned and then come back later and condition it.
I mean, this is something we run into again and again on different projects in different cities, and they all have slightly different rules and regulations. And what's sort of always been frustrating for me about these I understand the intent, right? You're trying to make sure that someone doesn't sneak a second story into the space. But at the same time, these, HVAC units that we love to put up in the attics nowadays, sometimes they're taller than 5 feet. And so then you have to lay it on its side when really they function better vertically, right? So there's a little bit of a beef to that. Then sometimes you've got a roof form that just ends up being 6.5 feet tall to the peak. And then you have to have an argument with yourself whether you should, create a flat portion in the middle and lop off the peak of your building, totally changing the structure because of this attic height rules and regulations. Now, this is a bigger concern that I have, and I don't want to take this fight specifically with the SB 9 items, but I understand the intent of these attic restrictions, and I also find them exceedingly frustrating because I think there's better ways to regulate it than just saying 5 feet tall. But again, this might be a fight for another day. So,
Oh, it's the daylight plane. And the trick is must just raise the ceiling inside. And we do it all the time. I mean.
right.
I
And
understand.
what we often do is sometimes if I've got a peak that's sort of going up, I'll make sure that there's a permanent structure at 5 feet, but then I'm of course increasing costs that putting these elements that may or may not actually need to be there, but just so I can hit that 5 feet and not affect my outside roof plane. So it's one of those where I understand why it's there. I find it frustrating anyway. I don't think that this is any different than anything else going on. So I don't really have an argument about it on the SB 9 specific 2.6A item. But just in general, I'm annoyed by it.
Okay. I think 2.6B is I found that one a little confusing because it sounds like that would just be dictated by zoning, but if the intent is to avoid tall wall heights and large, like if that's the intent, to avoid tall wall heights, then.
Daylight plane.
Hmm?
Daylight
Zoning,
plane. It goes
right?
back to daylight plane too, but it's the same thing, right? Like,
It's zoning, right? It's a
Yeah.
height limit.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
But, tall wall heights is kind of, that's just saying that you can't have a plane that goes from ceiling or floor to roof, basically. But that seems,
I'm actually going to argue with myself here.
Unfortunate.
No. So I actually am going to argue with myself here because imagine that's your floor and this is your daylight plane, right? And it's coming like that. And that's your max height. So in theory, I'm going to switch color here. If you're building a house and you're building an inboard, you could build all the way up here, right? And then build a flat boxy. And they're trying to avoid that, right? Let's say that's 30 feet in height there. So I understand this one, and this might be the one time that I would say there's an exception to the daylight plane rule where they're trying to make sure that those large vertical facades are not greater than a certain height. That makes sense. But if you're building out here, it's going to naturally be cut by the daylight plane. So that level right there is naturally going to be cut by the daylight plane. But if you bring it in too far, you're right, they could go taller than that. So I understand why that one's there. That if you're trying to create a vertical mass, but I'm not sure if that's covered by zoning or if that's, do you see what I'm saying here?
I mean, for me, it's sort of tough because it's like, it depends on the architectural style. Sometimes, like in your example, like sometimes it makes sense to have a plane.
Yeah.
That goes all the way up.
Yeah, so I'm sort of
Um,
wondering, a certain percentage of the house could be above the daylight plane.
Or I was going to say a certain percentage of the entire allowable
Wall.
height
Mhm.
as part of your facade
Yes.
could take up your building,
Yeah.
so that your building is not 100% at your max zoning, so you don't end up with like, that's your
Yeah.
facade and it's completely flat.
Yeah.
So maybe it's something where like, maybe it's like 50% of your exterior wall height,
Less, it probably could be less.
or less
Mhm.
can exceed or can, I don't know, go all the way to the roof or something.
Looking at some of the houses again in my neighborhood, I noticed these kind of houses that are very vertical in their shape. They swoop up to a high point. Frequently, they're on the very driveway side of the building, so the effect and impact on the neighbor isn't very significant at all, especially if the rest of the house steps down. But an element of it is that high for a piece of the site. If it's on a driveway, really, it's not impactful on the neighbor at all when it goes up above.
So I need to leave. And the only thing I'll say is that I had 4 more sections that I would like people to take a closer look at. So that's 3.3, 4.3, 4.5, and 5.2D.
Can you say those one more time, please?
Yes,
Mhm.
4.3,
3.3,
3.3.
4.3, 4.5, 5.2D. I'm also happy to leave the hard copy here if that's helpful to the group, just to have a.
My question would be, do we want to, since this is an ongoing conversation and this is a question for the other board members, do we want to pause it now while you have to go and we can continue with the other points at the next available meeting? Or since there is no urgency, we're not trying to hit this May 15th deadline or anything. Is this something we want to continue until next time when you're here?
I think it's better to wait. I agree with that.
I'm open if that's what you guys want to do. I don't
Yes.
want to hold up anything.
No, I think it's great.
We're almost
let's
at
wait.
noon here.
Yeah, since I see that there's no urgency, then I would say I'd rather have everybody here giving their full and complete input and being able
Yep.
to have the back and forth conversation because it's really illuminating. right? So rather have your presence here.
Is that okay with staff?
I think that's fine. The only thing I would note is just be aware that likely I don't foresee this coming back to the board until at least July, just based on a number of items, but there's no specific urgency, so.
We did make it through item 2, so we can start at 3. We did 1 the first, we could just do a segment each meeting. Okay, well, all right, that sounds good then. I'll take this back with me. Okay, well, thanks. And
Can we make a motion to continue? Or I don't know if we have to make a motion. It is a study session.
It's a study
but-
session. Yes.
So no motion needed?
Yes. I just want to comment that the second meeting
I know.
in July, I won't be here. So I hope
Okay, we'll take that into account. And we
I
can-
think we should move to continue this to a date certain, so we have it agendized.
yes, let's do that.
So can you suggest a date, Claire, please?
I'll second.
Hold on
Oh, well,
one
yes, we
second. I'm just trying to go back to see what dates people are going to be gone to.
And I will likely be present on 6/15. So I know I had noted an absence that day, but
Okay,
I will probably be here.
thanks for letting me know.
Can I also request of staff that when the packet comes up again, that we get the full list again? Because
Yes.
not having
Yeah.
it in the packet's actually a little bit detrimental.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And diagrams, if it suits everybody.
So it looks like we have a planned absence and sometimes that July meeting around July 4th does get canceled as well. So we can kind of assess that as we come forward. So, and then I see that Chair Hirsch is gone on the 20th. So I think that would be the earliest we could bring it back. If we want to look at maybe the alternative date, if we want Chair Hirsch to be here, would be August 3rd.
August 3rd, not till that.
May and June are booked solid. And I'm
Maybe we could add it to those agendas and maybe we could just skip it or continue it. In case.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing is like, we could always look because sometimes things shift
Right,
and
sometimes something
things,
gets pulled.
yeah, something
Yeah.
gets pulled. We're not able to get it on as anticipated. So it's very possible that, there could be an opening,
Let's try that.
Okay.
Leave it flexible that
Should we
way.
leave it then as a date uncertain?
Date
and then-
uncertain.
I think it would be more helpful probably if that's okay.
Yes,
Okay.
let's do that.
Yeah, because it looks like maybe we could get it on June 1st, maybe.
June 1st is going to be really booked. It's going to be
Oh, yeah,
the
that's right.
Sobrato project as well as NVCAP probably.
Okay.
But you said, Claire, May 18th only has 2 projects now, 180 El Camino and Sherman. Is that right?
The 360 Waverly was pulled?
You are correct. We had to move off an item from the 518. So you're right, actually, that could be an opportunity.
So I'd like to move that we continue this to a date uncertain of May 18th.
A
Second that.
date certain. of May
Date certain,
18th.
May.
Date certain.
Date certain of May
Yes, a date
18th.
certain. We
Not
can
uncertain
we
at
can
all.
always cancel it if we can't do it. Okay?
Right.
So that's my motion.
Seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
I,
You want to do the roll call?
Roll call. Vice Chair Balte,
yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch.
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes.
Board Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
I think for the
Um,
ad hoc committee,
Yeah, I
Um,
was just going to ask if the chair, because Board Member Thompson does have to leave, if we could consider reappointing somebody.
I
for the ad
nominate
hoc.
board member.
Yeah, I guess
Balte.
I'll serve.
Oh, okay. I was going to suggest Peter.
Peter's busy.
Oh, he's busy.
He prefers.
Okay. All right.
And then we've got the ad hoc for the townhomes. Is that today? Is
I
that?
don't think that's today.
Okay.
Hey, the ad hoc from the townhomes is scheduled for today.
Oh, with
It
me
is,
as well?
Sorry.
Is that me too? No.
No, that's not you. It was a ad hoc committee of Chair Hirsch and Board Member Chen to talk about objective standards for townhomes.
Right. I'll have to skip that, but you
Yeah.
guys should keep.
But then the question is, if those two are in that ad hoc, can Chair Hirsch also serve on this ad hoc? And the reason I'm bringing that up is, Peter,
Yeah.
if it's possible for you to sit in on this one, then we can hypothetically get them out pretty quickly because it is a second ad hoc meeting. So I don't expect it to go on very long.
I think the first one is for the whole board.
The
Yeah,
townhomes is for the whole
The
board?
first item is for the whole
Got it.
board.
Understood.
It's- Yeah.
Got these people
Understood.
waiting.
Yeah. It's just that we do have them sitting here very patiently waiting for the past several hours. So trying to get them
Have
out
to
of
go
here.
get a third cup of coffee.
Well, is it permissible, Claire, to
Take a break, and
take
do the ad hoc.
ad hoc committee out of order? Let them do that right now while we take a 10-minute break and then come back and do the townhome thing with the
Right.
rest of us?
As that is a second ad hoc meeting, we don't necessarily expect that to take an extensive amount of time. So if we can scooch them in
That's
first,
gonna
since
be
they've been
David
waiting.
and-
Yeah, much better timing wise.
Yeah. Because the townhomes may take a bit longer.
I think we should do that.
Is that permissible?
Could we maybe take a 5-minute break and we
And
can come back
evaluate
to
that?
that
Sure.
question?
Well, the whole point of
Definitely
doing it
need
during a
one.
break is to do it like that. Who's the subcommittee for that again? It's David
It's-
now and.
Yes, and myself.
It's David and.
And me.
Ms.
Kendra.
Wood.
Right,
Kendra.
so I don't see why we can't do that, Claire.
Well, you could.
Can we take a 15-minute
you
break
could Actually do the ad hoc then.
and then do the ad hoc during it?
I'm not sure if we need to close the hearing.
We'll take a break.
Because
It means
isn't the
that
townhomes
TV
also
is
an ad
off,
hoc? So if that's the case, can't we close the meeting?
It's a different type of ad
Apart from the ad
hoc.
hoc. Got it. Okay, understood. All right, let's take 5 minutes so you guys can figure out if this is permissible to get them in first. And then we'll be back in 5 minutes. Sound good? David, are you good with that?
The vice chair is going
Yeah,
15
15,
minutes.
yeah.
Okay, so are we back in session, Sharon? Are we back in session?
Are we back in session?
You're on.
Okay, I'd like to move that we continue this hearing to a time certain of 12:20. We're going to close the meeting for that period of time. We need a second for that.
I second it.
We,
Take a vote.
Vice Chair Balti?
yes.
Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Chair Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg?
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0.
thank you.
Yeah, you guys
Okay,
do the review.
let's go. put this into the official.
I think we can announce it and we can, as we discuss it, we can put it up on
On the screen?
the screen, and then we can put it up in the packet and agenda items. Just add it to the website.
Okay.
We also have it available in the back of the chambers.
Okay. So just preliminary comments about this is that it's still raw, but I do want to say that the way in which we conducted our study for this is really, I think, pretty significant. We've spent a lot of time looking at a lot of different projects. And I'm just going to name off Sterling Court, which is in Palo Alto, East Meadow, which is a little older structure, but interesting one, JCC, Arbor Real, Alma Village, Oak Court, Menlo Encinal. It's a really wonderful project up near El Camino. San Mateo, I was in San Mateo and nearby noted a lot of development downtown. Foster City, which out on the waterfront at Redwood, in the Redwood area, is quite an interesting development. Dublin, Livermore, which we have an image of. It's quite nicely done and very big. I don't know how many units, but a very large project. Mountain View, those are a number of projects which we found were small, but really full of appropriate arrangement of housing and open space and parking capability. Mountain View, yes, I've said Redwood City, and actually Foster City in the developments that are going on there. So we took a look at, and I recommend that as we move forward with townhomes, since we've all prioritized this, I recommend that our board members take a trip and look at some of these. Some of them you don't have to go too far to see. I recommend Arbor Real in particular. It's an incredible development, actually, and Alma Village. Those are both pretty close by. So please do go take a look. Of course, there's Oak Court, which is really nice architecture, but it's a platform type construction, which is different than what we're likely to see. And that's true also of JCC, where all the parking is under. But the architecture above is very interesting in both of those. And JCC, you have to see that as a kind of a artificial landscaping, but it's interesting. And talking to a few people, they're very happy in that development. There's a closeness there that we need to discuss between units, privacy issues. So not too far to go, but anybody needs my list of where we've been to expand your horizons on this, then come to me about that. So shall I just get into the items one at a time here then? Okay. So put up, can you read the board? Or if not, then it's all printed next to you. Maximum length of linear groupings of townhomes is 150 feet. So to describe a number as to the amount of the not to exceed number, 150 feet. If you assume 7 units, you can see the dimension of the width of the unit would work. If it's 6, gives you a little more flexibility. The end units are not, have got that in here. The end units could cantilever, a bay window or whatever into the side yards or turn the corner if it's onto a street facade. So, okay, so that would be the first, to establish a dimension. Number 2 is exterior. If you'd like, we could stop at any one point here. So we'll,
interrupt as we see fit.
what?
We'll interrupt as we see fit.
Okay.
That's all right.
Do I understand,
Yeah.
David, this is something you and Ying Chi did together?
Yes,
Could she present some of this? please?
absolutely. You want to pick up on number 2 here?
I like you a lot, David, but I've been listening to your voice for a couple of hours already this morning.
You have not.
I have too.
Okay. It's okay. I mean, I agree with it.
So do we
In
just-
principle, I absolutely agree with you. It's.
So do we just want to
together.
do switch or?
We'll switch off. You do number 2?
Okay, so number 2 is the exterior areas adjacent to first floor and separate from the required units walkway and entry path and entry door must be landscaped with shrubberies that separates it from the public sidewalk or be defined as a private entry court with the solid portion no greater than 3 foot 6 inches between its side unit and or the public right-of way.
So you're asking for a 3'6" landscape buffer. Is that what that means?
Yes,
Okay.
to
thanks.
create some privacy at the entry.
So number 3 is no more than 3 attached townhomes within a cluster of 5 units or 4 in a cluster of 6. And I would probably add in 6 or 7 units can repeat the same elevation, window format, surface pattern, and cornice height. Maximum number of attached units with common walls shall not exceed 7 units.
Did you see units that did not do this? This seems to me something every townhome I've ever seen always varies, the design. Enough-
Well, we actually, on the Fry site, they were really all the same at first.
I don't know, the units, at first perhaps, but the units now have quite a bit of
Yeah.
variation.
But I do think it's important to denote that. I mean, I've definitely, my old neighborhood in Mountain View definitely had some townhomes where they're identical. I mean, they're just the entire block is the series of the exact same thing. So I do appreciate that that's in there. Now, I'm also going to tie this back to some of the comments that were made earlier in the meeting that I think diagrams would be helpful for some of these.
Yes,
So
for sure.
the landscape for number 2, and then just so it's sort of saying like version A, version B, just for clarification, I think very basic diagrams would be helpful in this at the end of the day. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
maybe since each of us have a copy of this, maybe we could ask the staff to bring up the other presentation on the screen so that we can have some images to refer to.
Do you guys have the images?
Some
to show?
images, yes.
Yeah.
Let me try and find that.
I think as architects, we're all sort of visual people, so it definitely
So
helps.
number 3
Yeah,
is basic.
I sent to Veronica this morning.
Good.
Number 3, David, is saying you can't have more than 7 units and half of them have to be different than the other half, essentially. Is that right?
Yes, about right.
3 and 5, 4 and 6.
Afterwards, you're going to see that the end units require something special to begin with. So we're really talking about the ones in the middle, no more than.
Is the intention that the ones in the middle should have variation within the middle ones or between the end ones and the middle ones?
Between the end ones and the middle ones. No. Actually, the middle ones themselves have to have.
Because the way this is written, say you have 5 units, that's 2 end ones, then you have already the variation that's required. The 3 middle ones could be the same.
No, it hopefully it would be no of the 5 units that are in the middle or the 4 units in the middle, they have to have variation as well.
So on a 5 unit,
Oh, no, actually, you're right. Cluster of 5 or 4. So let's rewrite it as, here we go. These are some of the images. Just, bring it up. Okay, so let me refer back to this because this is Mountain View projects that were by, what's the name of the developer again? Same as the one on.
I'm not sure about whether this is developed by Summer Hills, but the next door.
Summerhill. These are
is-
Summerhill developments. Okay. So actually go down to the next part of this. Okay, so that's a courtyard, just so that you can see what we're going to be talking about here. That's a courtyard in the middle of the Summerhill projects in Mountain View. Okay, let's just go to the next image. This is hold on a second, this is
I think, hi, David shows, so shall we, do we want to continue on the list and then refer to the images on the
okay,
screen?
yeah, that's fine.
Can we use the images for questions?
Yeah.
I've been asking quite, on item number 3, we're talking about variation.
Yeah.
If you look at this townhome here, the
Mhm.
end unit is clearly different, but the middle ones, would you consider those to be the same or different? They have the same window pattern and the same materials, but the
Yeah,
roof
I
treatment
would
is different.
consider them the same.
So even if the roof is different, they're still the same architecture.
Yeah, they seem very repetitive.
Yeah, so it's no more
Repeat
than.
the same elevation, window format.
format, pattern,
So we need a better definition of
See.
that in order for this to work.
Okay, that's fine. Maximum number of attachments.
So you're saying that this design would not be considered an acceptable design?
No, I
because-
would say it is.
But you just said that the 3 middle units don't
So
have sufficient.
townhouses within the cluster of 5 units, 4 in a cluster of 6 units can repeat. So this is a cluster of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So this is 5 and it's fine if the middle
Three.
3.
Right, middle
Or-
3. Middle 3 are the same enough to be called the same, even if it has a change in roof line. But in fact, I think that's an extra improvement in this case. It's a really successful project in any case, you know.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is successful.
Mhm.
And so a regulation should address that.
Yes, exactly.
As I read number 3, this is
No,
doing
what-
that because the end units are different.
Well, it's a 3 in a cluster of 5 or 4 in a cluster of 6 can repeat the same elevation. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. So it's 3 in a cluster of 5 can be the same.
But the question is going to come up when you regulate the 2 end units being different by requirement, then what's the point of this regulation as well?
Right. If the end units are required to be different no matter what, then the 3 internal units, or in a case of 6, the 4 internal units could be identical.
Yeah.
And you guys are okay with that?
Well, it's up to you. I'm open.
I, truth be told, I prefer a bit more modulation than what I'm seeing on the screen. I think that that center unit, the roof is different, but that sort of repetitive window grid and the repetitive white going 1, 2, 3 really creates a longer, sort of more uniform facade in those 3 middle units. So I would prefer to see a little bit more variation here. I don't really mind if the windows are exactly the same because I get it, it's townhomes, they are repetitive. But I'd say there should be a bit more variation in materiality in this specific
I don't know,
instance.
Kendra, surely this meets a minimum standard though.
Yeah, minimum standard.
I think it meets a minimum standard.
All right, I'll defer to you guys.
No, don't defer. No,
No? you
keep
can
going.
push, Keep push.
Let's discuss number 4.
Let's put it this way then. If this is, imagine that this is a group of 4 units. Would that change your opinion? Because if there's 4 of these in a row, I think that, yeah, you're getting to have a really long facade that is window white, window white, window white, window white on repeat. And so I think that the only reason that this one works in this specific instance is that it's only 3 of them. And I think if you allow for this to happen in 4 units out of 6 or 5 units out of 7, this is going to look large, repetitive, and not as interesting as we would like.
So we should change the number of repetitive units so it's less repetitive units for a larger number of units.
I just would say, because again, I don't want to be over restrictive. I would say that if we're requiring that the end units
Mhm.
be different, then at least one of the internal units be different. That's
Okay.
it. I think it's that simple, where if it's one of the 3 center, one of the 4 center, one of the 5 center, just one of them should be different. There should be no more than 2 side by side that are this similar.
Okay,
That's how I would address that. Just
How do you
one
think,
of the
Peter?
center units
Well,
should be different.
So if they just flip
Yeah,
the
Flip,
floor
flop, flip,
plan,
flop, flip, flop, that's fine. Don't care. It could be 2 that are identical and the middle one is different. It just breaks it up because I look at this with 3 in a row. And when you've got 3 of these at 21 or 25 feet wide, right? If it's 7 on a 150 feet in length, it's 21.6 or something like that. If it's 6 of these on a 150 span, it's 25 feet each, right? And if you have 3 of these, that's 75 feet of length that looks identical, right? So for me, this doesn't break up enough. I think that just and very simple, is just the removal of the white components from that center townhouse would be enough to make it more different for me. That's it. It's very minor. So I'd say just one of the central townhouses should have variation.
What might make sense is to come up with a more useful definition of variation. For example, maybe roof variation, window treatment variation, a half a dozen different items that could be varied,
Right.
and then stipulate,
Pick 3 out of
This-
6 or
yeah,
whatever.
something like that.
Right, because it says
Because-
window format, surface pattern, cornice height.
When
That's a
I
good
look at this,
start.
the roof pattern clearly is varied,
Yep.
and that's successful in the sense that it delineates the two.
Correct.
Sure, the window treatment could also be a bit differentiated, and that would probably be enough.
I'd say
You
the
could al-
material pattern.
You could also just recess it another couple of feet.
Mhm, yeah.
You could put some kind of a trellis or something, or a little balcony on one of those units. Any number of things would allow it to be varied a little bit.
Agree,
I don't know if I'd call it a different design. The floor plan might be the same.
exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I think we might need to just sort of drill in a little bit more on the elements that we want to use
Okay.
for variation.
I sort of think these people did it right, in any case, and that they did have a variation in the roof line. So if we could include that as a possibility in the variation, I would say, okay, and we can find a wording that works. So your turn.
Okay, shall we move on? Yeah, number 4 is talking about the corner units. So corner units that face 2 streets or private pathways must have a change in the roof line and must have 2 or more of the following elevation treatments so that it is distinguished from the repetitive units. So we listed 6 here. The first one is minimum 4 feet deep covered entry patio. B is a wraparound corner windows or a tower element that may penetrate the height limitation of the R30 but does not exceed 50 feet in height. Or a projecting bay window on the front or side elevations or both on one or more floors. Or setback area of differing materials.
Different, it's supposed to be different.
Yeah, it should be, yeah. And or color from the major facade materials. And last one is the balcony extending a minimum of 4 feet from the facade of the building and is 6 feet wide, or a Juliet balcony.
So I have a question on F specifically. Why require the 4-foot minimum if you would also allow a Juliet balcony? Right, why have a minimum size at all?
That's an extending balcony.
Right, but-
It's out far enough for you to put a chair out there.
Sure, maybe I misunderstand that. Isn't a Juliet balcony like a very narrow, like
a
you can
Mediterranean.
just step out and that's
Open the
it?
French door,
Just-
there's no physical space.
There's no physical space. Okay, so it's either you can't step on it at all or it's 4
Right,
feet.
right.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So we tried to keep, look this over and see if you feel it needs something else.
So let me suggest that the intent behind 3 and 4 makes a lot of sense and is very important. Another way to do it might be to define a list of elements that can be varied. So A through F are elements that you can vary.
Mhm.
You could add to that window or fenestration pattern, size, scale, proportion. You could add roof forms, building materials. And then you could say that we have various units must be differentiated from each other. So end units must be differentiated from the ones that are adjacent to. On any run of units, no more than 2 can be the same, something like that. To give more design flexibility and to help define for staff what we mean by variation. Maybe a checklist of at least 4 items have to be different in order for a unit to be different.
Exactly. Okay.
Does-
I'm trying to follow
That's a
a
great way
bit
to
the
go.
format,
Yeah.
of the objective standards, the way we kind of dealt with it, where it was
Yeah.
presented to us with the alternatives here as much as possible. Okay.
When I read this list of stuff, I can sort of wrap my head around that. We can check if these things have those.
Mhm.
We could also debate the merits of what size balcony or Juliet balcony.
Sure.
And they can also
Absolutely.
be adjusted over time pretty easily.
Mhm.
So-
Yeah, I would support that method where it's sort of just, here's your checklist, hit these points, that's considered different, that's considered the same. no more than two next to each other can be the same, and that the corner elements should be treated differently.
So we deal with color. I guess I'll do color then.
Do
The
you have any
base building
any
color
comments on this?
treatment must include at least two colors and two basic materials. If the face of the window trim elements, like the one we were just looking at, for example, and other facade defining trim are 4 inches or larger, then the trim can be considered a second color if the trim is used on 70% of all windows. Otherwise, a second color shall be used on a significant element of the facade, such as a bay window or large form defining area, a minimum of 8 feet by 8 feet. An exception to this regulation allows single color if the entire unit has a different color from its neighboring unit. Do we have the illustration for that? Do you know? Alma Village has stuccos. I don't know if we have it here.
We
I
might
don't think
not
we do.
include it in this.
I don't think we do.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
remember where it might have been included or?
I don't know. It'll
What
take us a while to
specifically are
get
you
through
looking
everything.
for?
It's frankly,
Can we go back to that image that you just rolled past that had the sort of flatter facade, the different shades of brown? There we go, right there. Let's just use this as an example.
the thought, Alma, that the actual part of the Alma Street project that faces the street, which I find kind of interesting, is it's the parking side, and it's an internal street in the development. So they treat that very simply with a broad color in stucco. And we have had a lot of discussion about the stucco issue, whether or not it's appropriate, but these whole facades were all one color, but they had a very dominant form. I think if we could put this one off until I get the photo and get it into a series, that would be useful for us.
If it's all right, Chair Hirsch, I'd love to just get a little clarification, make sure I'm understanding this. And I can see that the top and the bottom are actually different colors. I'm going to just assume that this is the top and bottom are the same color. They're both color A.
Yeah.
And so color B is sort of your window trim, and it's picking up on the trellis, and that's all the same. So you've got a color A and a color B, and this would be compliant. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And then in addition to this, all of the A seems to be one material, and B is a different material. Does that count as two different materials, or would like this top half have to be a different material than this bottom half down here?
As far as I remember, the Alma buildings were all the same material all the way.
Yeah, because there's two items, right? There's color
We
and
could
there's
maybe-
material, and I just want to make sure I've got
Yingxi
clarity
may
on
come
that.
up with a photo
Okay.
and we could send it to the
Okay.
computer. So
No problem. We
let's
can move on.
defer for just a minute on that one then, huh? Until we get a photo for you to see what it looks like. So while she's looking for the photo there, townhomes, I'll continue. Townhomes located on major streets or boulevards or facing two streets can exceed the R3 height requirements by a full story or partial story, not exceeding the 50-foot height limitation. Emphasis on increasing the importance of the street is achieved by selecting two or more of the following. So the idea is that you could actually have a, I don't know, family room or something up on the top. It really emphasizes that street aspect of it. You could increase the scale of the entry area and doorway, increase the window dimensions and the surrounds and the cornice dimension, provide a front areaway that is specific, and kind of maybe hard edge in a way, if you can imagine that term on a public street. Property with a defined structure that separates it from the sidewalk and the neighboring home. Increase the height of the building by a full story or partial story, consistent on all units or at end units or in a consistent repeating pattern of units.
So I just had a quick question. I'm not really totally understanding this item. This is number 6, and it references R3, which I assume is meant to be RM30. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So
Okay.
we're busting through the.
Yeah.
the
And
height.
then that has a 40-foot height. That
And
has a
Jody
40.
said no.
Yeah, so this is referencing a 50-foot height limitation. There's
Yeah.
a 40-foot height limitation.
That's right. Yeah.
For
Mhm.
RM30.
Yep.
But can our standards just change the zoning code?
No, which is why.
So it has to be R30. and it has
Which
to
is
be
why
40
Chair
feet.
Hirsch commented on my facial expressions. So, no, we cannot just violate our own height requirements. What we can do is, we have a DEE process where we do allow some of these tower elements, where the ARB thinks it's appropriate. We'd have to go through the findings and things. You may want to say that that maybe this would be an acceptable version of a DEE, but obviously you would still have to see it to know. I don't know how we make that 100% objective.
Objective design enhancement? Exception?
That's why I'm saying I mean, we do have, for R1 houses, we do have the HIE process, which we do sort of call them mini variances. But it's a whole sort of new process. So it's a little bit of uncharted territory.
So can we leave it as uncharted territory to be decided at a later time, but with the idea that there's going to be some form of, a lot of the rest of it can work fine, in terms of changing the scale of the elements, like the windows, for example, could be larger than they are, or the stoop idea.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just the height increase that's causing us concern.
David and Yingchu, did you find townhome developments with taller townhomes than, say, 35 feet, 3 stories? What do they look
my
like?
neighborhood in Brooklyn, the
No, but here
brownstones on
in
the sidewalk.
California.
No, not yet.
Yingchu, did you see anything that's bigger than that?
Well, we didn't do the measurement about the height, but a question about the JCC one, because it has the podium down below for the garage, and then the unit above has some 3-story high.
Because aren't most townhomes some sort of single-family internal staircase development with 3 stories?
Yes, they are.
I don't know that I've seen ones with 4. Sometimes maybe a loft.
Yeah.
But isn't there code issues when you get to more than 3 stories?
Yeah, I don't know if
Egress?
there's a fire issue, but
Yeah. Fire has to have some portion of the roof line that comes down to,
Yeah.
I think, 27 feet. So, and then a certain slope from there.
Yeah.
And they can't have too many steps up from that.
yeah.
I think that what they've done for some is they've had some location where they could get the ladder
Yeah.
to, and then they've had like a built-in ladder for
Inside,
an
in the-
upper level or
Uh-huh.
something.
Generally, they like to get to the full roof to sort of get fire control of the roof. I would think. Okay, so it's an open item. It would be useful, I think, architecturally to do something, but it could be that we limit it to more like what Jody was saying, and maybe the end units somehow have a feature that like a raised, instead of it being another floor, it's a raised area on the top floor. Master bedroom or something like that gets to be extra tall, roof line that changes, So,
Well, in this case, it might not only be the end unit. It more could be the end with the corner unit, right? Like the arbor rail is actually, the building is pretty long and it's the L shape, but there is a corner unit that facing 2 major streets.
yes, it's taller. Yep. So we noticed both the zoning problem and the fire department problem issue, but we'll deal with that. So next one. Lindsay.
So number 7, all townhome projects on all sites greater than 2 acres must have one street of the longest dimension with a sidewalk and street trees. The intent is to make the community more pedestrian friendly and add more space for the landscape.
I get that, but what does this mean about street of the longest dimension? How does that interpret?
Well, if there's a long rectangular shape of the site, then there is a longer street street frontage, and then there is a shorter one. So
you've got like.
With a sidewalk and street trees, so whatever this, it's a sort of a site issue where the longer street is also a sidewalk street, so you have a passage for the longer dimension of the site.
Is that certain because this is the longer sort of dimension here? You have to have the street trees and the sidewalks here as opposed to on this side? Is that?
You know, this is one of the things in the Mountain View projects, by the way, that we found a new thing here that you could do.
You never should have taught me this.
It's fantastic.
And Tessa, I wondered if the actual drawing that you did was also in blue, like your fingernails.
Exactly. I'm channeling my fingernail polish to the
So
designs.
wouldn't it make more sense just to require all streets to have a sidewalk and trees?
Yeah. Or is
It's a
that too
problem.
restrictive?
Or at least,
Yeah.
make it so you have pedestrian friendly.
Well,
Yeah.
we were
When you say
hoping for,
all streets, all of the streets that provide vehicular access to the garages are streets. And so to
Yeah.
provide
Yes.
a sidewalk on
No.
all of those
that's a
Yeah.
problem.
would be very
Yeah.
difficult.
But again, here in that same context, if it's the longest street, then that doesn't, like, if there's the garage side and there's the pedestrian side, I think maybe that could use a little bit of refinement where it's saying the longest pedestrian facing should have sidewalks and street trees, or where the porches are, the front door should have sidewalks and street trees. Because yeah, I see that you don't necessarily need street trees and sidewalks on the garage side, but I would say we should encourage it on every front face of every townhome. I mean, that's sort of one of the joys of the brownstone district is that they've got these little front porches, and they've got these nice sidewalks, they've got these street trees, right? It makes it very walkable. And that's sort of the goal and the desire of some of these townhome stretches is that they are pedestrian friendly.
Yes, take a look at, let's see, take a look at not Alma.
actually, Elmo could be a example because it has the longer street that has the garage facing, but on the other side is the end facade that facing the garages.
It's,
Could you please brought up that image, the other file that?
Could we pull up one of the maps or images, something like this? Beautiful.
We got it
That's
here.
what we got.
Oh, this is the stucco, this is the back of that question. So, here's a really interesting facade, I think. It's all stucco, but this has been around a while. I don't know what the year was this Alma was developed, but the stucco is all in good shape to me. The windows are not defined particularly, they're all kind of inset windows, but the formwork here is rather interesting to me. Color is pretty much what we were hoping for here, with variation on some of those projections. So there's a multi collection there of material colors, which is why we were kind of thinking that the multicolor idea is important here. So
I think the question of colors that you described in section 5 really should just be part of the acceptable ways of doing variation. I think trying to separate it differently is going to be convoluted. Color is one tool you can use to get variation between the units.
okay. So that 5 should go into 4.
Yes, I think those colors in some percentage, the way you're writing it, color variation of at least 70% if it's trim or something. I think what we're looking at seems very successful to me. Certainly, I would like to live there. That looks nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't do it, but
Can we come back to the question we were just discussing about the street?
yeah. Let's see if we could find one.
It seems to me, well, this is a good example though, of what you don't want to do.
You can't put trees on this side of the street.
I think what we're really after doing is having a pedestrian pathway to the entrance of each unit that is landscaped and distinct from the vehicular access.
Yes.
Let's see if we could find.
So
discrete trees.
if each house actually entered in the space between the garages, I would say that's not good. I would want to, I think that's probably the case here, that the other side of these units must have a real front door.
Yeah, look to the very right here, well, I think it's at this location. There's and we'll talk about that in a minute. There's an areaway that goes through from the garage side to the other side where all the entries are. They're off of a very tight passageway, but it's heavily landscaped and it's really quite beautiful. These people have done some magnificent job with the landscaping, and you get to a little front stoop area in the houses on the opposite side. I'm sure that you open the garage and go in the garage side, and there's some connection from inside the garage as well, which I didn't follow through because I didn't know anybody there. But this is the way these houses are built. In between them, they're all separated, and it's interesting to note that because in between them, they have the condensers and things like that they need for these houses. I don't know if you know any of that is how that's being handled at the Fry's project.
But we're trying to discuss the streets or the access to these units.
Yes, I understand. It strikes me that these little plants that they can put in here almost work on this particular kind of street, the little trees, because they're placed in between and they have rooting capability, and they have more light in this particular situation. We notice it's not the same in the streets in which they're much tighter than this. So planting is an issue. Let's see if we could find a street. With trees. I do want to also say,
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I didn't quite hear.
I'm sorry, what?
Were you saying something? I just wanted to.
No, I'm just asking Veronica to show this image here. Is this the image that you're referring to, the street?
no, not really. I have to say, Sterling Court, do you know that project, Sterling Court? It has a whole linear piece of separated houses so that you get into two houses from one passageway. Each house has a garage in front.
These are actually single-family homes.
Each house has a garage in front, and because those houses are separated, it also has a little front garden. And those streets can have a tree because it's a sidewalk.
I mean, I think that's sort of the point that we're trying to get to is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I think that this comment number 7 being written as all sites greater than 2 acres must have one street of the longest dimension with the sidewalk and street trees. I think the goal is that every pedestrian facing sidewalk, long or short, should have a sidewalk and street trees.
Yeah.
Just it's that simple that if it's.
It is that simple.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have parking, if the parking is from the rear.
Right. If it's not the garage face, it should have sidewalks and street trees.
Good idea. I think that's correct.
So entrance, really like near entrances to the townhome should be more pedestrian friendly. Is that-
Development too. That's just a basic standard. for
Perfect.
everything.
Let's see, where are we? 8. I guess we changed this one a little bit then from the writing. You want to take it?
I'll just note too that number 8 was discussed pretty extensively at our last meeting. I don't know if we want to add to that, but there is already a standard.
There is, I know.
In our objective standards
Yes,
related to this.
there is.
so.
What is that standard, Claire? That's the 3 types more than an acre or something?
If it's more than 1 acre, you have to have 2 separate prototypes. If it's more than 2 acres, you have to have 3 separate prototypes. So, I mean, what's in our standards is already what's being suggested here, is my understanding.
Okay. I think at one of the previous meeting, Jody provided pretty clear definition on what the typology means, like different layout of the unit, or I think you mentioned 3 different types of the typology, like the car garage locations related to the living area. Because here, what we added here is we want to make sure that when people count 3 different prototypes, it's not just like, okay, if this site is too short to fit 7 units, then we just cut one of the unit to make it 6. Then 6 unit and 7 units are counted as 2 prototypes. But now we don't want such things happen, right? So
if we're talking about different, wholly different unit types, such as like a condo versus a townhouse.
No.
Okay, because that's already in the code, but
Well, actually on that project, Sterling Court, so are there townhouses and,
Sterling Court has attached townhouses, detached townhouses, and maybe condos, that are
Yeah,
sort of
they have
intermixed.
condos.
Yeah. So-
on the street side? Yeah.
Yeah. So it has very different housing types.
Mhm.
And so we had, but I was able to get that into the objective standards
Mhm.
that are currently on the books.
Mhm.
That standard is relative to the size of the development. And larger developments require greater numbers of typologies.
Correct.
And that's what we just described. Those are basically more to do with the use in a way that single family, detached, attached, condos. It could be a multifamily building as well, right?
Could be.
And so we're not really talking architectural style. We're
No.
talking internal use.
It states.
We're talking unit types, which, it's a different unit type, but the exterior is going to look different because of that.
So what the objective standards state right now is diversity of housing types, a diversity of housing types such as detached units, attached row house townhomes, condominiums or apartments, mixed use are required for projects on large lots. Less than 1 acre is a minimum 1 housing type, 1 to 2 acre lots is a minimum 2 housing types, or more than 2 acres is a minimum 3 housing types.
Okay, that's not referring to architectural style explicitly.
No.
Okay, I can support that. I mean, I think that's something that's baked into our code, right?
Yeah, it's already
that
in
is
the code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With good reason, I think. They've
Yeah.
thought about that a lot over time.
Yeah, that was carried forward from the previous standards, but made more very objective.
So what is
So we
point 8?
added-
What is 8? How is 8 different from what she just read?
I'm not sure it is, and that was my point, that I'm not sure if, I mean, Chair Hirsch, if you think differently, but we had a lot of discussion and then concluded at the last hearing that this is already really in our code, so.
I think it probably, I'm just thinking out loud, this one. I just think maybe we need to talk about the aesthetics of it in some way, how it's going to, and I don't know if we've done that enough in this item here. But I think the first part of the item could be exactly what you have in the code already, that there should be 3 or 2 or 3 based on the size of the property. And then we should say something about the way in which they're integrated in looks.
Isn't, we talked a bit, items 3 and 4 about variation between the units. Those are architectural design things we're looking for. Couldn't that apply across the board independent of housing type? And wouldn't it accomplish that goal? Housing type has to do with how it's used. That effectively is getting a diversity of residential building types, which is an overriding goal to the zoning code. But our objective standards are about design style, right? So I don't think we need to worry about it. It's already here. If we're getting variation of units,
Okay,
that would apply across all housing types.
and maybe we should say applied across all housing
So we
types.
could explicitly say that,
Yeah.
but I think the housing type is not a design variation, it's a use variation.
Mhm.
I mean, the objective standards already have a lot of very specific requirements in there related to corner typology.
Absolutely.
It can certainly apply to townhomes as it is today in the code. But these kind of additional things that we'd be looking at would maybe add more clarity to what's expected for townhomes.
Yeah, our feeling has
So,
been that the objective standards it's tough to relate some of them to the townhome
Yeah.
scale. That's why we
Exactly.
want to do this.
Right.
But I think number 8 is probably repeating the typology thing. And we want to maybe use that just to be very clear that this is relating to the type of housing, not the type of architecture.
Okay. All right.
So number 9, pedestrian paths on the side of the housing clusters that connect the front to the rear and located between the townhome clusters where the unit entry is on the opposite side must be a minimum of 12 feet wide with a minimum 4 foot sidewalk and the adjacent area fully landscaped. Bay windows of 2-foot projections may penetrate this area as long as no windows directly face each other across its width.
We go to number 10 as well. They seem quite related, these two. Maybe can you just go through that one as well?
Okay, yeah, sure. So number 10 is all major general public pedestrian passages between clusters must be a minimum of 16 feet wide, a minimum 4 feet perimeter of planting areas and pedestrian amenities such as and are required throughout the pedestrian way. Such amenities can include bicycle racks or other mobility devices.
That's when you have a public passage, different from a private one.
So this feels like when we've talked about on previous designs, paseo widths, and when we're talking about there's sort of the long edge and the short edge. And I have zero issue with this being clearly like there's a major thoroughfare of pedestrian pathway and then there's a sort of minor. My one very minor comment is that number 9 designates that there's a minimum 4-foot sidewalk and number 10 doesn't really designate a minimum sidewalk. And I would assume that on that one, we might actually want to go a little bit wider. So if there is a sidewalk in that area versus sort of a big paved area, I would say a minimum of 6 feet. Just feels a little wider, a little bit more comfortable. But very minor comment. I think just making sure that there's big walking paths, public amenities is a really nice way to go. And, I think that this is well thought out, but yeah, they do seem very related.
If I could ask a couple questions, what is meant by public? Because these are private sites that aren't necessarily dedicating, areas on their site as public. Is public meant to be more a shared pathway between different townhomes?
Well, it was really meant to go, I was sort of thinking of the ones that are east-west on Fry's, where there is a connection to the public street so that other people could walk, people from the Fry's building, let's say, could walk through the project that way.
Those are not public streets on those.
They're designated private areas.
If I can maybe help clarify, I think that the question is because these townhouses are considered like sort of private areas to begin with. You're not looking like public park. I don't think that's what they're trying to say. I think they're just trying to divide between like public, basically anyone in the townhomes could use versus like that specific townhome owner could use. Would that be fair?
That's really fair enough.
Right. Yeah, exactly. My question is, does this only apply to things that have a public easement over it versus being a shared public pathway? For example, like the shared pathway that goes down the Fry's site that's part of their common open space kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe the word common versus private is a better.
That's what I was.
Communal or common versus the word private might be the sticking point here.
Yeah, fine.
And I'll note that question is coming up there are items in our current standards that reference public, that there were questions raised of, when you say public, what do you mean, kind of, and staff is interpreting that to mean communal when
That's
we're,
the intention.
yeah.
Okay, good.
So I
Thanks.
think 9 and 10 make a lot of sense and are very important to try to get large enough outdoor spaces between units that have communal use. I don't think these dimensions are big enough. And so, and I think what we may want to do is regulate at a high level, this the distance between the buildings must be for what we call public or common spaces. What's really going to be the space along the length of a group of townhomes. Usually you have anywhere from 5 to 7 built units on two sides facing each other. The question is, how far apart do they have to be? Then usually you have walkways at the ends of the units. And
These are crossing unit kind of pathways, right?
Right.
They're not the same. So I recommended you take a look at the Alma ones and see if the ones that connect from the park, from the driveway side to the front side of the building, if those feel wide enough. I think they fit the 12-foot dimension, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, number 9 is more between the two end units, that corridor
Mhm.
that let you go from the front to the rear. So
could we say that? Just, we have two types of outdoor communal pathways, one between the ends of units and one between the length of units, and then define the distances or the landscaping treatment between them. Does that seem like something we could enforce?
I would sort of try and persuade that maybe it's actually that we sort of have minor thoroughfares and major thoroughfares, that like the long extensive ones are wider, they need to have wider sidewalks, they need to have more plantings, and then the minor ones sort of, the short side, when we're talking about, like, again, I'm going to draw. So if we have, 4 clusters here, right? There's very clearly sort of a short path and there's very clearly sort of a long path. And I think that long path always sort of needs to be a little bit wider, whereas the short side path could be a little skinnier, but it still needs planting and things like that. But this big one is what I would call the major thoroughfare and should be designated as the wider of the two. Does that make sense?
How do you, it makes sense, but how do you define that objectively?
The longer, and this goes back to the long street size that maybe we were talking about in one of the earlier objective standards. So if there's a longer thoroughfare, it needs to be wide. So the longer the thoroughfare, the wider it needs to be.
One of those is parking or indoor.
Right. And that's sort of, if this is, I'm assuming that this is sort of the driveways are in the back here, right? And that this is your front doors on this facade, right? Well, your front doors.
That's a typical
Right.
layout.
Right.
Okay, that actually 16 feet is going to be minimal.
It's not enough. No, it
It's
needs
not
to be
near
twice
enough.
that. Yeah.
Right.
Not
Well,
near enough for
So
that.
I would say that the minor thoroughfare should be a minimum of 16 feet wide and that the major thoroughfare should be basically equivalent to the width of one of the townhomes. So 25 feet.
This, this one,
I'm-
this sort of raises the issue of how long do you string these things together as well?
Well, you guys have 7 max and 150-foot length max, right? So that answers that. You guys already covered that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 150-foot length max, that one's got to be the wider side. Sorry, Claire, were you going to say something?
I'm trying to imagine projects we have kind of ongoing. We have a project that has a kind of the buildings at the front, where they have like 4 frontages facing the sidewalk, and then the ends of units on the other side. I think that it would be hard on some of the smaller sites to have that 25-foot width. And I would also maybe note that where you have kind of 2 buildings running a full length, and that common space in between might be a little bit different than where you have the full length of the building and then maybe a couple of end units and there's some open area because that's where their like cul-de-sac comes in. It still provides a more open kind of design. So I'm just trying to, envision how it might apply to some of, in particular, some of the ones coming through right now are kind of smaller sites than some of the ones that have come before you. And that 25-foot width might be kind of
In
extensive
position.
for those.
We're back down to 12.
Yeah, and well, part of it is because I think that, you know, we do need to take into consideration that there's streets, right, that are doing what they're doing,
Right.
and they obviously have to be a certain width anyway because of vehicular access. And really what we're talking about is these just pedestrian only walkthroughs and what
That's
we
right.
want that dimension to be.
Right. That's what it is.
Okay. All right, I might take it back. I might go down to 12 feet, but then the other one I would say should be 16 feet
Okay.
or
Perhaps if if it's intended to be their main common area or something.
That's kind of another area.
Can you guys
You
pull
know.
up a photo of?
Yeah, we
one of
have
these
a-
spaces?
We have a very good photo of common area.
Well, the space between the units.
Yes.
This major thoroughfare is
Yeah.
going to be a common area. That's the important function
Yeah.
of it.
No, that we have it. No, can you find the one for,
I know I saw one earlier, but
yeah, you did.
but I want to see a 3D
No.
of what it looks.
No,
like.
no,
This is
there's
obviously, that's 50 or 60 feet at least.
Oh, that's 50. You're right. You're right.
Just if you don't mind pausing here for just 1 second, part of what we're looking at is that there's this.
Talking to you, Michael.
Sorry, part of what we're looking at is that there's that.
I think Dublin.
Right, there's
Dublin.
this pathway, there's this pathway.
No, yeah, let's hold on a minute. Yeah, there is that, correct.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't talk about the courtyard. So that's a courtyard.
Right.
It's a major courtyard. But look at this other one. See if you could keep on going through the illustrations here.
Yeah, keep going.
No, keep going. Nope. This is a very, that's the project right here. You see the areas between the two houses you can see where the parking is, right? So you see the area in between the two houses in the middle there? And then we have a picture of that. Yeah, that area. No, can you, do you remember where that illustration is? Yeah, you'll come to it in just a minute. I hope. I saw it before. Nope.
Change your color and this color dot.
Too bad. Maybe it's going back this way.
What program is this? This is Acrobat?
Doggone it. It's very important, that photo. You have it somewhere, right? Yep, stop. That's it. This is,
You just saw the aerial of the same thing. Yes,
Yep.
this is the question. How big is the space between these buildings?
this is the one you asked me to measure.
Yeah.
I
This
didn't
is
do it.
certainly more than 16 feet. I'd say that's 24 feet, something.
Yeah,
And I'd say this is the absolute minimum. This is
Yeah.
tight looking to me.
yeah,
I mean, I think that it's very important that you have this space between these units serve not just as a pathway, but as a communal space to gather, to integrate, to live.
mhm.
And this space needs to be,
Wider.
my rule of thumb is it should be as wide as it is tall.
Mhm.
You
But-
can't regulate that way, but at least 24 feet.
I would also argue that the length of these pathways should matter as well. So that if this is, running down the short side between the two ends of townhomes, and that's it, just front to back from these two townhomes, those could be smaller. But this is very clearly several townhomes that you're passing. It's very clearly like a longer run. So I would say that when we rework these stipulations, it should be, the width should be dependent upon how long it is, right?
You
So if
bet.
it's 30 feet long, it can be skinnier. If it's 70 feet long, it really needs to be wider.
You know, or at the end of it, it comes to a little plaza or something between buildings so that the next, where there's a crossing path, let's say, it becomes much bigger. Yeah.
Why couldn't we just make a regulation that has to be as wide as it is tall on the side stuff? That's so clear.
I would argue that again, if you're sort of running this down the front versus like, imagine that you're just popping between two of these buildings and you're just getting from the front to the back. I don't think that those need to be necessarily as pronounced. So I would say that in a long run like this, where you're going past several items, yes, it needs to be wider. But if you're just going from the front to the back, I think having that extra wide
Right.
alley would be too much.
Well, I think we really ought to define the alleyway, the space between units that are facing each other, the entry doors. Somehow, all these townhomes have two directions, two grains to them. And the one that's important is this one we're looking at. There must be a way we can define that. I mean, that's every single townhome development has that. They're in a row, and the space between the linearity of the units is what is, to me, very important. The other one will be regulated by functionality as much as anything. But this space, I think, should be as wide as the units are tall.
Which means it could be how tall?
Well, the units are going to be 3 stories, so they're on the order of 30 feet, 28
Yeah.
feet. But that gives a designer some flexibility.
Yep.
right?
Okay.
Rather than just making it a stipulated number, if they want to, if they cut it down to 2 units and it steps back, maybe a balcony up there, you might get it down to 20 feet or so. But then the space might also be more successful if it's not as high. More
Absolutely.
light in there and there.
I'm for
That's
that.
a regulation that gives flexibility to designers and developers.
Mhm.
I think, Jody, that's something you can enforce, right?
Yeah, if you're saying, if this is 30 feet tall, then it needs to be 30 feet wide. It sounds like you're saying, though, if the top floor was set back and you'd want to give that a measurement, like
Yeah.
if it's set back 10 feet, then we're only measuring the front wall. And so maybe that front wall is only 20 feet wide. And so now the paseo can be 20 feet
That's
wide.
why I said it before. I think it's hard to regulate because you have to define what you mean by the height of the building at the edge of the paseo. You're not looking to the type of
Yeah.
the ridge of the building back in the middle. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So maybe within 2 feet of the face of the most projecting face, whatever that height is. But we could probably come up with a definition like that and
Yeah,
then
you
see
would-
what works over time.
If you define, that third floor setback, like what feels right there? And then you could say, yeah, measuring the first 10 feet of the building, the height of the first 10 feet of the building.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So is this intended only when the frontages face each other or?
Yes.
Yeah.
The idea
Yes.
would be that this is when you have 2 strings of townhomes adjacent to each other. It's the space between the narrow edge of each unit. And we'd have to find a way to define that. Maybe what we'd want to do is put in these regulations a definition of a major and a minor access. Whereas a major would be the one that we're looking at here. A minor is the one between the ends of units or any other sort of secondary pedestrian access.
Yeah, no, if you have, for example, the
I mean,
edge of
could
a
we just
project.
work off of the front door? I mean, we'll have to
Well-
define what front door means, but
No, it's a, but
think
it's a
we
facing front doors. I mean.
so if
when
2
you-
front doors are facing each other, then we're going to have this requirement?
Well, it's where
Almost always the townhomes are going to be rectangular shaped units in a row. That's the nature of a townhome
Yes.
development.
Yes, they normally do have driveways in the back and 2 front
So
doors
we
facing each
define
other.
No, there's several projects going through right now that do not have that because we have to be thinking about some of the smaller projects. So they're always going to have the vehicular access is always going to be facing each other because they're going to be trying to have one street that serves
Parking.
parking. But if you're on a smaller lot, a lot of times you're going to have that vehicular access facing each other and the townhomes facing the other way.
Yeah, because you could have the front building facing the main public street. You could have a small driveway, and then you could have the second building just facing the rear. And that's what Claire's talking about.
And
on the
that's what I'm
smaller.
trying to understand, because if you had to have a 30-foot
No good.
something,
Way-
yeah,
You
that would
wouldn't
be,
do it.
yeah.
Couldn't do it. Mhm. No, that's his Alma Court is that way.
Well,
You
so
know,
I-
Alma Court has, let me finish on just this one. Alma Court has, the Main Street and parking, the way we were looking at those buildings that were all stucco. And then you went down a narrow, I think about 12 feet wide landscaped area to really a 5-foot corridor in the back that leads you to the front stoop areas, kind of the enclosed courtyard area of the unit. And it's very small. It's about 6 feet, of area for just outdoor seating, sort of outdoor family dining, 6 or 7 feet. And that's it to the front door. So it's not the same. You might have the total width being about 12 or 15 feet, or between those numbers, but you'll never get to 20, 25. That wouldn't work.
Right, yeah.
I think not all units are going to have, not all developments will have a major axis in what I'm thinking about. To
Right.
me, the major axis is when you have 2 rows of units where the pedestrian entries are facing each other. What you described is just 2 buildings where you just don't have that situation.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that situation, the regulation doesn't apply. It's when you do have it that you want to make sure the buildings aren't jammed together.
Right. That's correct.
So I think, again, it's fair to say that we define a major passageway as being a space between the front of the units, between collective rows of the fronts. And we can say not every development has this access, but when you do have it, this is the regulation.
Good.
I agree with that.
So, keep this picture up. That's a good one because it illustrates the item 12 here is cul-de-sac arrangement of parking entries between clusters is permitted. Vehicles in such parking scheme cannot cross a pedestrian path. Well, I'm saying that for other reasons other than this design here. But there are really 2 different kinds of cul-de-sacs here. And Xingqi and I have been talking about them, where you come in the parking in those 2 ends and then the middle space is an entry and the 2 perimeters are entries, right? You can see the way that's done here. Okay. It's too tight, actually. It's too
Wait,
tight in between. The parking are, if you look at the perimeter roads, the 2 ends of the 1, 2, 3, 4 unit piece here are the 2 ends are the parking areas.
That space right there that I'm just,
Yep.
and this space here.
And that other one.
Yeah,
Yep.
those would be what I would call a major axis, and it should be as wide as the buildings are tall.
No, those are parking only. Those 2.
Those are driveways or are they pedestrian?
Yeah, those
Yeah,
are
they're driveways.
drive aisles or
Oh,
private
okay, then
streets.
it's not, yeah.
Right. But the one in
Oh,
the
then the
middle,
one in the
look
middle
how
then.
skinny that is.
Yeah, that's the one then that should be wider.
Much wider. And there's actually a picture that shows it and it's way too shadowed in that space. So we should make it as wider. I don't know if it is something that you would call a general pedestrian way because it's after all only these units here.
It's a run of units that face each other
Yep. You would make that as wide as,
as they are tall, as really the plate line,
uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
just going back to, you were mentioning cul-de-sac arrangement, and I would just note that a lot of developers are having this cul-de-sac arrangement, but it is undesirable from a planning perspective because we can't service it for
Garbage.
trash.
Garbage. So I'll tell you what they do here. I have a photo of that. Everybody brings it out to the main street. this is a main street, which is what we were talking about before. It has trees, it has landscaping in the street. This is a successful, very successful project in my mind. This is Alma. No, this is
This is Arboreal.
Arboreal. Thank you, Cindy. Very successful, but you may be exactly right about the area in between. That's the area we need to be more careful about. The street itself works really well. The public street works well. And the cul-de-sacs work very well.
So
They
this-
paved them entirely, you know. Go down and take a look at Arboreal, just to get your sense of what a cul-de-sac can do. And by the way, you notice how El Camino is on the very left-hand side there of that picture. So what you're getting is it sort of closes off that area from El Camino at the very end, except that I think some of these, there's a pedestrian way through, all the way through the very middle that goes out to El Camino. So it's worth looking at the way that whole project works. Now, just in order to understand cul-de-sacs, here's another cul-de-sac across the street, right? This area here is a cul-de-sac with two entries to it.
Yeah, the one right there.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I get it. You don't like my drawing. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, just go away.
That's it.
It's fine.
That's not your fingernail number anymore. So, okay. So, there's this variety it's really quite interesting the way it's done. And these units are very different one from the other.
Look, I'm not sure what to say about number 12. Maybe we should go on to 13.
Yeah, I think we've
We
got
haven't
1,
talked
2,
about
3,
11
4,
yet,
5,
but-
6, 7. We've got 8 more items to cover. So I do think we want to try and get through them today. I would hate to sort of leave this half covered. So I say let's,
I know
Make
we're
sure
going to
we
have
cover
to
the last
come
things.
back on this.
of
at some
course,
point.
of
Yeah.
course. But I want to make sure we at least get one full run through.
Okay, that's
today.
good. No problem.
Shall we come back on number 11 since we just skip it?
Yes, sure.
Tandem parking.
Tandem parking is permitted. I'll do this one.
Okay.
Tandem parking is permitted for a maximum of 50% of the units. 50%? No, I think that I got it wrong there. Oh, we got it wrong.
If I may, we had a pretty significant discussion about this item at the last hearing as well. So I don't know if we need to go over it again, but it seemed like we got thoughts from, I can't remember if all were present at that meeting. I think we all were.
I don't think we met 50%, did we?
Yeah, I think we did some calculations and down to 40% or. Veronica, could you please bring the other file again to show all those bunch of images? I think it would be on the first page of the other file.
Oh, that, we can, stop. Yeah. So there are, you can see it right here, the blue units. All the blue units are tandem parking. I have to tell you that this project really works well, and a lot of it is the way they scaled each of those buildings to the whole site issue. That perimeter, as I mentioned before, has all this guest parking all around it, and you have the workmen, et cetera, all of that stuff. It's landscaped all around the outer edge. It's such a clean, clear concept here, with a very common, wonderful center space. Every one of their projects there, I don't know what happened when we got to.
It's just not very dense, David. I mean,
It's not very dense.
you'd like to get 50% more units in here. If I were developing this for profit,
Well, they did develop it for profit. And this is Summerhill, and you know that they're profit motive. So
It's
how
a lot of
how
space.
they did it, I don't think we can determine something like that, that it makes it denser. We're not supposed to think that way. This is a terrific project, and as you can see, except for the fact that I would say that Montecito Avenue ought to have street trees, because there aren't that many trees as are shown even on this diagram. But if it had street trees and a little less front yard, it would work as a sidewalk, then it connects the whole, then the neighborhood has trees. This doesn't quite work for trees, but the rest of it works very, very well.
I can support number 11, tandem parking. That makes sense to me. 50% seems a good amount.
Yeah, and I actually think that this image ties in perfectly with number 13, with the all townhome projects 30 units or greater, providing a centrally located green space.
Yeah, 13 is also fine with me. I mean, it's hard to know if those numbers are correct, but the basic behind it is good. It's really
Okay.
good.
Then shall we move on to number 14 now?
Yeah, take it
Okay.
away.
So the design of the townhome project must integrate its internal pedestrian, bike, and vehicular system with the surrounding areas in order to maintain the connectivity and continuity.
Little bit subjective kind of language there, but
My only question about that is that basically meaning that, for example, if you go into one driving area and you can sort of you can sort of maneuver around the townhomes, but you can't get through to the other side. Is that the goal, that you can get through to the other side? Do you see what I'm saying? Like sometimes these units, once there's like sort of one entry and exit into the vehicular access for a series of townhomes. Is the goal of this to make it so that you could pass through?
so you can go through the whole project. I think Arbor Real would be the best one to look at, right? Or Alma Court, either one of those. If we could get an image for Arbor Real. That's the very big site.
Veronica, could you please change to the other file so that we could show the images?
So on this one, if you don't mind pausing here. So it looks like in the top left, there's one in and everything else is sort of internal circulation. Are you trying to say that there should be another side to get out, or just that it's sort of connected in some way, shape, or form?
Well, this one is isolated. I'll agree. I think it may be separate owners on the side pieces. But we have some others that are from the same development. But if we could kind of go through the whole file and take a look at Arbor Real in particular, which is a big site. So if
Sorry, Board
Is
Member
it- is
Chen,
it
what
in
did,
this-
what did you want us to switch to? Was there a specific?
so here, hold this a second. Hold that one a second.
Oh.
This one sort of interconnects, right? Yingxi?
Yeah, with similar design concept with the courtyard in the middle and then the perimeter driveway, vehicular road around the buildings.
So there's a little interconnection there between these two. You can,
So explain, please, how number 14 applies to this site plan?
I'd rather look at Arbor Real for that one, I think. This one, not as much, but it is this interconnection right there. There's a little kind of bridge connection across that street. It gets into the other one, connects the two major pathways, one courtyard to another.
So is 14 trying to say you must have internal pedestrian and bicycle connection between all units, or?
Down.
I'm sorry, it's just number 14 to me.
Could you
seems
please go
not
down
really be saying it.
to maybe a couple more pages?
Keep
Uh,
going here. Oh, and then that's that,
I think
those are
we-
that's the cul-de-sac, by the way, in Arbor Real. Okay, keep going. Keep. There, whoop, hold on a second, go back. This is this is the front door entry. And you can see needs more light. Okay, Now,
So part of my question is number 14 and number 15. They both talk about the connectivity between the surrounding areas, whether it's vehicular, pedestrian, bicycle. I feel like there could just be a little bit of
That's it.
clarification between the two, and I'm not quite sure why they're separate.
Okay, so hold on a second, just to see the kind of roadway interconnection here from entry points into this, so you can see the perimeter road. It connects up everything. Different
sorry.
prototypes, all along that. So there are 3 different prototypes shown here. The ones in the center, and then the yellow, and then the ones on the perimeter. And there's a continuous road sequence here, as well as preservation of all the trees on the site. It's a must-go see, this project.
But how does numbers 14 and 15 apply to this site plan then? I mean, what are they regulating? What is it the designers had to do on this project
Well-
that complied with 14 and 15?
Well, this interconnected roadway is a potential bike path, certainly pedestrian path throughout the whole community. There's a center to this community that is right where the green is and where the swimming pool is, right down the middle. And there's some very, very nice individual town homes, high-end town homes in the brown area here in the middle. I haven't answered your question exactly, but I think that you could say that there's a sort of a dotted line in the lines indicating where all that connectivity happens within the project.
I mean, it seems to me what you're saying is these townhomes must be connected. You have to be able to get between them on bicycle and cars. And I think that's not something you regulate. That's just obvious. You have to do that. You can't get to them otherwise. I don't think we need to make a objective standard that happens. I think, David, what you're looking for is the quality of the connection. You're not really defining what that quality is. Is it a good connection?
What do you think? What I could refer to is the Bayshore project, right? And we had connected to the bike path in the park. And we made a point out of that connection, very, very emphasized that we needed to have that connection. And I was really kind of referring to that concept, which I think you pushed very hard on.
Sure. But how do you objectify that requirement? That's the purpose here. It's not just to talk about nice design, but how are we making this so that it's a regulation that people can follow?
Somehow describing if there's a bike path that leads to a project, it must have access and bike parking and.
I can offer that for projects of a certain size, you need to have more than one access point into and out of the project. You want to have multiple ways to get home, to get out to the park at each corner, at each side. You may have one automobile or vehicular access, but you want lots of other ways to have a minimum number of access points.
Yeah, there was a project we looked at last year where there was sort of one very small pedestrian inlet and outlet when the property was right next to a major park. It was right next to Greer Park, and they basically had one small pedestrian path. And we had argued in that with the applicant that we wanted more pedestrian access points. And that was sort of a sticking point. And I think that's exactly, it's speaking to what Peter's asking for, is that we, vehicular access is one thing. That's if there's one inlet and outlet, that's sort of more of a public works item. But I think making sure that there's a lot of pedestrian ingress and egress for bike paths and for footpaths. I think that's what we should try and focus on covering here, to make sure that we're not gating off a community and having one little gate that the people can walk in and out of.
So there was a long ramp, because the grade difference that was created there. But the opposite side could easily have been a stairway path.
Exactly. exactly. Just saying that there could be more than one ingress and egress.
Mhm.
It's just awfully tough to make a regulation like that. You can easily conceive of large units that are locked on three sides, and maybe along a major frontage, but the remaining three sides of the development might be private property. So they can't go out those sides. They only have one strip of frontage. And then saying it because it's more than 2 acres, they have to have 4 access points becomes a real design challenge. You don't want that. You might want 2. So what you might say is something like for every unit shall have at least 1 or at least 2 access points on each side of the project that fronts public property, has a public right of way or something like that. So if it does have a chance to have a park or a street, you have to be able to get to it.
So shall we separate the pedestrian access from the vehicular access? Because those two are different, right?
Yeah, I would definitely
Yeah.
say that the pedestrian is one item and vehicular is a separate.
I'd be inclined to not try to regulate that. What we really want, I think good design has more access points, more ways to get in and out of the development is always better. Whether it's pedestrian or vehicular probably depends on the design to some degree. But if we were to say that every project has to have at least 2 ways to get into it from a public right of way, not necessarily vehicular, but you have to have at least 2 ways that you can either walk or drive into it. And then for each additional side of the project that faces a public right of way, you have to have another access point.
Well, I think that's where I would separate them and saying that there's a minimum of 1 vehicular ingress and egress and a minimum of 2 pedestrians,
Okay, you could
right?
just
Something like
specify
just
that.
that way.
But yeah.
All right, number 16, natural light.
You know, it's interesting because my little crazy sketch that never should have been done showed a one-way passage on that very project, you know, which allowed you to have a different kind of a center to it. And a street with trees. There were no real trees in that project, if you remember. Because it had 2 different prototypes as well of housing. So it allowed you to have street trees when you had a divided parking entry on the same side of the street. So I'm not sure about whether it's a good idea to have only a one-way in or, you know, and out, or a 2-way in and an out, excuse me, as an opportunity.
Well, I don't think we necessarily need to regulate that because that'll be sort of site specific, whether you have one way to get in and out or whether it's a pass through and things like that. So I don't think that's necessary to regulate. I think the goal of the ingress and egress is basically to say, okay, we want to connect it to the community around it. We don't want to create a series of these little clusters where there's like a gated off series of townhomes and nobody can enter, right? The whole point is that these townhome developments engage with the greater Palo Alto community. And so I think by saying, you know, there's a minimum of 1 ingress and egress for vehicles, it's just sort of, that's a given, right? They need to be able to get cars in and out. There has to. You don't even need to, you're right, you don't even need to regulate it. But to say that there should be probably 2 inlets for pedestrians that you can, you know, get the bikes to go past or something like that. And maybe that's sort of over-regulating, but I think that if I can sort of speak on this, I think that we don't want to end up with a series of these small mini communities that are gated off from everything around them. I think that would be the concern.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, that they are connected, right?
So I could agree, the 2-way, 2 locations to get in and out. One of them for bike definitely has to accommodate a bicycle.
So I'm just trying to imagine that you know, say you have a row of townhomes that's fronting the main public street, where is the secondary pedestrian, or is this only
sidewalk
for-
comes in on one side and exits on the other side? There's your 2 points right there. So if like the sidewalk comes all the way across that frontage of townhomes, that's your 2 points, 1 to the left and 1 to the right. What I'm worried about is that there would be like a gate and then there's 1 central ingress and egress. So you have to sort of enter through this gated off community. I guess that's my biggest concern. And I know we haven't really discussed gates at all, but it's, I think that when you limit it to one point of in and out, then you're setting up the community to feel that way. Does that make sense? That everybody has to pass through this one little point. So I don't want to dwell on it for too long. Just that'd be my one concern.
I don't understand number 16. What sort of regulation is that?
Well, it's only because, I think that it's really not specific, right? It really applies to dimensions that we've been talking about, applies to the areas between townhomes, right? And those dimensions, we have to create those dimensions. This isn't a good. You can see, you wrote that one.
Well,
Right?
yeah, it's kind of like copy paste from the other file. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. It's not objective. And meanwhile, I think if we update the number 10 to say the width between the buildings need to be the height, then I think 16 shouldn't be a problem.
Yep.
So
I
it's
would agree
already
with that.
It's already 1:54, so I'm not sure when everybody need to leave, but I
You
have
do.
to leave.
Can we get through the last
shortly.
4? Let's read them off and then we can just think about them. Read them off. Let's go for it, Ying-Chi.
Let's see, number 18?
Yep.
Okay.
17.
Oh, 17, yeah. Require setback dimensions of units from the public street and sidewalk to the building footprint. Descriptions of the required planting, width of the required pathway, and separation and privacy of the adjacent entries.
We already have that in our objective standards as it exists now. And we gave quite a bit of thought to that. Had to do with the height of the floor and the distance from the sidewalk. I don't see any reason we would change that.
Okay, sounds good. And number 18 is regulations of the inclusive of the specific location and number of parking spaces for guests and maintenance workers parking with limitations on the distance or convenience to allow to all townhome units. This ruling recognizes that this type of development is much denser than other single-family residential zones.
I think there we really need to say for 10% or, we have to give a percentage of the units that should have guest parking. And what we did originally, it isn't in here, is said that there should be a minimum dimension of X from any unit within that development.
Absolutely.
So-
We need that regulation. We don't have it. We should have it in the zoning code and we don't have it, but that's something
Yeah.
we need to put in here.
I mean, I would definitely, I think staff would take some concern with this because it was in our zoning code as 10% and council very specifically took it out to allow for housing projects. They felt like it was a barrier to housing projects.
So I think that's one of the things where we would want to discuss with council, at least to make sure they understand our concerns about it. Of course, ultimately that regulation is something they create. All of this will be that.
Mhm.
But we've consistently come against this issue, Claire, on these developments. Very consistently.
Yeah.
So I think this number 18 needs to be here on our documents at least. And I would hope our subcommittee can come up with a recommendation of actual numbers, percentages and distances.
Right. Okay. We'll work on that one. Regulations for privacy as distances from window to window. Well, we already have kind of something as well on window to window.
We do, but that was designed for larger buildings. And I think that's the kind of thing that will be really cumbersome for townhomes. These strips of units facing each other will be almost impossible to really regulate, not having one window facing another.
Well, and I think that this is also in regards to the distances between the windows from window to window. And I think that, again, with the coverage of the paseos, that handles it.
Yeah.
As long as the windows are across the paseo, they will be fine.
Yeah, you just keep the buildings farther apart and but I think number 19 is just going down a road that's so difficult to regulate. You have
Okay.
to just trust at some point that a designer.
We
takes that
noticed
into
that the
account.
JCC is like a 20 feet and 20 feet, not even, maybe a 15-foot rear yard, right, in each one 15 and 15, 30 feet between, and windows are pretty, almost parallel to each other. So they better have blinds or something inside. And they're looking down into
Life
court.
in a townhome.
And yeah, it's a
Yeah.
townhome. It's a
Right.
kind of townhome.
Now,
So
maybe this is a moment where we could encourage townhome developers to angle their windows or to have some sort of shading device, things like that.
shading devices, I think.
So,
are
but
terrific.
again, I think that regulating the distance between them is covered by the paseo. So
Yep.
On
Okay.
number-
But how about outside the windows? Do you think it's good to require?
I mean, I think the problem is that when you're dealing with a house that's 21.6 to 25 feet wide, you don't really have a lot of wiggle room. So you can space plan so that there's a bedroom not across from a bedroom. Maybe it's a bedroom across from a kitchen or something like that. But that's kind of up to the architect. And I would just say we should encourage them to use their best judgment. But I think saying that you can't have windows facing each other is going to be too problematic.
Yeah, I will just note that was a huge discussion point with Sobrato and with the total width of the buildings and meeting building code requirements for safety egress. It gave them almost no flexibility. They couldn't offset the windows by setting it higher or anything. So we had a lot of discussions on that point.
Do we have existing standards for things like garbage collection and service for townhomes? I always hear you saying the transportation department reviews these things.
We have a zero waste division, and under Title V of our code, we have set requirements. And we work with Green Waste, who's the waste hauler.
So if our objective standard just referenced those existing standards, would that be adequate?
I think so, yeah.
Because we don't want to redo stuff that already exists, in my opinion.
I mean, this kind of goes along with number 12. We really don't want to be encouraging cul-de-sacs, although, there are a lot of developers who are designing that. If they are designing that, then they're having to add some sort of common trash enclosure to accommodate for how that trash is going to be picked up, just so we don't have, 50 bins out. We especially don't want 50 bins out on the public right of way on trash day.
Harbor Real has about 50 individual trash cans in front of onto the main street. Some of them are 25, 30 feet from their garage, or some of them you have to take it all the way around a corner and back into your basement. It's a really long run. It's an amazing on garbage day to see this actually. And I did, and I have a photograph of it, but I mean, I'm finding there aren't really great ways to do garbage except to have a public street that is right next to your house. That's the best way.
So can I suggest that we wrap this item up with direction provided to our subcommittee to take all these comments, and if you could draft another list like this that's a little bit tighter. Because I don't think we have the authority to ask staff to get involved and do this.
Right.
But I think that means our subcommittee.
One
has to
last
put it
question
together.
to staff about this. I know that the chairman said, the director said, we don't have the staff to do this. So where does this go in the zoning, and how does it get in there?
I think part of that answer is, how are we having the staff to support this effort? And
Well, this is why we did the work plan this
Right.
morning, so that we can bring the work plan to council. We can, tell them how important this is, and they can direct staff accordingly.
Okay. So what do we need? How much more do we need to get to council?
I think the work plan itself is all you really need to
Yeah.
get to council,
Okay.
because the work plan is what gives, will direct staff. Once we have direction from council, then we can get further into making this actual code language. I think, I appreciate the ARB's work. You've got it, really far along. And we're happy to, be here at the meetings and keep this going. But just to make it actual code, we need direction from council.
Right. And in terms of actually getting code amendments in front of council, I anticipate that obviously we will definitely have to go to the planning commission first. We can't be bringing code to council before that. So
it's going to go to PTC first?
all code has to go to PTC before council, yes.
Okay, so before you get council to vote on this as something to be worked on, it has to go to PTC?
No.
Okay.
It would definitely go to council in June before staff spends more time
Okay.
on this. Yeah.
We need the work plan approved.
Okay,
It all starts with the work plan.
okay, good.
I would still like to have our subcommittee produce a final draft document of our recommendations and get our board to endorse it. Regardless of whether the city intends to pick it up or not, I think we are very well positioned to have a document that we're ready to see them push on. We've done a lot of work on this already, both in the subcommittee and just today. So I'd like to have our subcommittee complete this document, have it come back to us once more for a final sign off on it.
I would agree with that.
Appreciate
But
the hard work you're doing.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Uh-huh,
And
yeah.
I think we're done with this item for today then. That's sort of the direction.
Uh-huh.
And
sounds good.
piggybacking on that, I do want to say thank you both. This is an incredible amount of, sorry, that's my kids' pickup time. It's an incredible amount of work and clearly your diligence on this is sincerely appreciated. So thank you guys.
So we
Thank
have
you.
one remaining item, these minutes. Can we just get this done?
Yeah,
David, you need to do this.
I do.
I move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
That urgent, huh? Okay,
I
second,
read them at home and they looked good on my end. So I move to approve the minutes. Ying Shi seconded, I think.
okay. Okay,
Call for a vote.
vote,
Vice Chair Balte,
I abstain.
Board Member Chen, yes. Chair Hirsch.
yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1.
So now we're done, David. Adjourn. the
Done,
meeting.
adjourned meeting.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.